Aspire in the World fellows, sports leaders, distinguished guests, if you wouldn't mind taking your seats, please. We're looking to start in the next couple of minutes. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Nice and fresh on day 2 of the 8th Aspire Academy Global Summit 2022. Now only 47 days until the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 kicks off. And what a way we have of starting this second day. Let's get straight in to welcoming our first guest, the president of San Diego Wave FC and the winner of 2 consecutive FIFA Women's World Cups. Please welcome Jill Ellis. Oh, very good morning to you, Jill.
Thank you.
When I mentioned the 2 consecutive World Cups, you're only the second person in history to do it. It happened with Italy, with Vittorio Pozzo in 1934-38. It's an incredible achievement. But just the pinnacle of an extraordinary coaching career over 30 years, it's almost like you have an inbuilt mechanism to win. And I just thought, is that something that you were able to learn, or was it within you, within your upbringing? Because, you know, your winning record is just extraordinary.
Well, thank you. And first of all, it's lovely to be here. I'm delighted to be a guest here. This is an incredible, I always say when you bring people together, you get smarter. Surround yourself with smart people and you will get better. So I really, I'm grateful to be here. But yes, I mean, gosh, I could probably stem it all the way back to, I have an older brother. We fought like cat and dog. I was always, you know, trying to best him, obviously having an older brother. My father was in the military. So I think I just grew up in a household where competing, whether it was for attention, whether it was to win something, whether it was just part of my daily routine. And I think, you know, as I grew, I realized that it's probably less about competing, and it's about trying to be better every day in whatever I do. And sometimes even failure helps me grow and be better. So I just think there's this constant, I like to say my mantra is live one day better. And I think if you're, you know, because if you constantly are happy or you're status quo, you're not evolving as a person, you're not evolving as a coach. And, you know, one of the things I used to feel is if I was the same leader today that I was a year ago, then I'm failing. So I think it's just that's part of it. And so that transfers to, yes, when you're building a team and you have success, you know, you want to figure out how can I get better? How can I continue to push the needle? So I think I attribute a lot of that to having a big brother that just, you know, tried to push me around quite a bit. And yeah, I mean, I had to fight. You know, my father was away a lot, so I had to fight a lot in my house for attention and to be seen and to be heard. And it was just this constant desire to evolve.
People just see the success as well, don't they? 87.5% is your winning ratio as the national team coach, which is incredible in itself. And people don't see the downsides, what went wrong. And you touched on it right at the beginning there and said, you know, you build from your failure. You know, you won the World Cup, FIFA World Cup, Women's World Cup in 2015. And then you went to the Olympics and you got knocked out in the quarterfinals.
Tanked, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, we don't remember that. We don't introduce you as that.
Do.
But yeah. But
sure.
How important was that for you to build you and for you to move on and get even more success?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when you're a coach, I mean, it's always about the game ahead of you. And so, you know, certainly when we won in 2015, you know, the message to my players was like, hey, congratulations, guys, you're on the summit. But the reality is a summit is small and the air is thin for a reason. That you don't climb to the summit and sit there and enjoy the view. Nobody goes up to Mount Everest for 2 weeks and hangs out, right? It's about getting up, enjoy it briefly, and then you climb again. And so what happened in 2016 was, I think, actually the catalyst, looking back, for the success in 2019, because what it forced me to do was to recalibrate failure. And I have a young daughter, and I say, failure now it's two things. Failure provides you feedback, and it provides you opportunity. You get instant feedback, and then it's about how can I take that and apply it and be better. And so what I did coming out of 2016 was to say, okay, I don't want to build a team for next year. I want to build a team that's going to go out and win in 2019. So what is that going to look like? What do we need? And ultimately, I felt that we needed to diversify the profiles of the players we had. The reality is in 2016, we had a very good team in the quarterfinals against Sweden that sat in a very low block, limited our space. We're very athletic. And suddenly I realized that we can't just go harder, faster. We have to go smarter. And we need different profiles of players that can play between lines, that can problem solve low blocks against very good teams. And so it really was, coming out of 16, my journey to identify players that I think could help us solve the game in 2019. And it was hard. I mean, we came out of that period, and when you're experimenting and when you're trying different things, and I think as a coach, you go through two periods, right? You go through a performance period where you're trying to actually execute and win a major championship, and then you go for a development period. Well, we went into this development period, and very much it was telling my players, it's not going to look great, it's going to be stressful, some of your roles might change. And when players hear that, they're initially like, yeah, we're with you. But the reality is when you're in it and you're losing and it's stressful, then the noise starts. And how you manage and navigate that and take a team through that, it was an incredibly challenging time for me as a coach.
We'll get back to that little bit in a moment. Let's get into the crux of the coaching. And you touched on it there when you had to make changes to play in a different way to win those games. So when you look at coaching, although you're not coaching at the moment, when you did, was it the technical, tactical aspect of the game that you gave prominence to, or the physical side of it had equal?
Well, I think when we looked at where the game was trending, because again, you have to look at how am I problem solving, not just tomorrow, but for the future. My staff and I sat down, and that included, our high performance staff, our coaches, everybody. And we sat down and we said, okay, what are going to be essentially the super factors that are going to help us win in 2019? What are the elements of our game that we really need to tap into? And we knew, at the highest level, international football in our game, transition is a massive part of our game. I also knew we wanted to be a 360-degree pressing team, meaning I wanted to, everybody was responsible for joining the press. And so I knew physically we had to be, a speed endurance team. We had to sustain high intensity for longer periods of time. So I met with my sports scientists. How do we build that out? How do we get our team to be the fittest in the world to be able to do this? Another element that we looked at as a super factor, and it is when you go into world championships, is the set pieces. Set pieces are, the difference sometimes in those tightest of moments. So we developed, set pieces and identified our free kick takers. So we really built in strategies for that. And then the other part of it is we wanted to be the best transition team, both sides of the ball, defending to attacking, attacking to defending. We wanted to be the best transition team in the world. And I think one of the things I realized, as coaches, when you actually look at what you're training all the time, most of us, because it's fun, you want to train in that in possession, attacking, organized as much as possible. But when you actually look at how many minutes in the game you're in that area, we decided to really make sure we were very good in the moments we were going to play in the most, and that was our transition. And we scored early because we were just, in the press, transition quickly and hit them on the counter and hit them hard. So I think those were important components for us to identify what is it going to be. The other final thing as it relates to personnel was how deep our roster was. You win a World Cup because you have players available to select from. That's the reality if you don't have top players to pick from. So player availability and really layering in how important it was for our players to be professional in their recovery strategies, in these types of things, that was key as well.
How about team spirit?
I think it's critical. I like to say, people said, how do you win at the highest level? And I said, I think it's to win a world championship. And again, talking in our sport, it was three elements for me. It was we had to have athleticism, technique, and mentality. That was the trifecta that I felt. And as the U.S. team, we had all three. Some countries have one or two. I think now where we are in the women's game, there are more and more countries with all three. I mean, you look at England, they've got mentality, they know what it takes to win, they've got athleticism, they've got technique. But I think for us, it was, you know, you need all those elements, but then you also need holistically to look at your team, and you have to have an energy, a synergy, you know, a love almost within the group. They're not always going to love the coach, trust me. I mean, that goes with the territory, right? You know, I have this saying, you can love them, but they might not always love you back. But you need to kind of create this environment where they're not going to be each other's best friends, but they understand that the greater purpose here is to serve the whole. And if you don't have that, synergy or that chemistry, I don't think it's enough just to have pure talent. I think there has to be that other element. And, you know, I used to see it in how our team played, because you can see there's a selflessness in how we played. There was pleasure in setting the player up rather than just trying to take a shot from a poor angle. You know, there was a willingness. And actually our mantra for 2019 as a team was mission matters most. It was not about your own personal gain. It was not about your own baggage. It was the mission of the team to get on top of the podium was the most important thing, and everybody bought in, and you know, we obviously had a great team culture to help create that.
You had to be quite clever then, though, because you created a team spirit that won you the World Cup. Then you had to recreate it. So then you almost had to destroy it. Right. Or you didn't mean to, right. but by definition of bringing in new people, yep. it was destroying it.
Well, I think, you know, one of the things that I learned is when you get close to a major event, I mean, the reality is, you know, a coach that says, oh, everybody gets treated the same, I would say I treated my players fairly but not equally, right? You have to have a hierarchy. When you're about 6 months out from a World Cup, you have to have a hierarchy set, meaning players don't live in gray areas. If players don't understand their roles and the responsibilities, their expectations, they're constantly going to be, you know, asking each other, and there's going to create this sort of unsettling feeling. If players truly know, this is my role, this is my responsibility, whether they like it or not, they understand that that's what they have to do to execute. And that was something that I was very big on, was having a player have a clear understanding of here's your role. So, for example, our starting 11, when I would put up the starting 11, I would then also list our substitutes or our reserves. And part of creating this idea that everybody, you know, I think players need clarity, and they also need to feel valued, to have a healthy team environment. And so one of the ways I showed value to the players that maybe didn't play a minute, instead of calling them substitutes or reserves, I actually called them game changers. This was 8 years ago now, but it's a pretty common word. Because I wanted those substitutes to not feel like they were just going to fill in. They were actually going in to change the game. There was value to what they were bringing. And so simply changing that name of how you valued it sent a message to those players, you're important to us. Every time I was in front of the media and they would say, Jill, how are you going to win the World Cup? And I would say, our depth is going to help us win the World Cup. And when you beat that drum enough and you show value to those players, guess what? When our players were asked after the World Cup, hey, what helps you win? Our depth helped us win. And so those are ways that you can psychologically help grow that togetherness. I knew we had a really good chance at winning the World Cup, because ultimately, if you have a team that trusts each other. So when I first started with the US team, I'd put up a video, right, of us conceding a goal. And you could physically see the players kind of like giving it one of these, like, oh shit, I don't want to look at that. You know, it was hard to see. But as we worked on it and we grew, and they understood these were teachable moments. These weren't to call someone out. These weren't to embarrass someone. These were ways for us to get better. By the time March of 2019 rolled around, I would put up a clip of a goal we conceded, and I would make sure that the clip was in its entirety. And I would suddenly have a forward put up her hand. Alex Morgan would go, you know what, if I had stepped earlier there, they wouldn't have been able to serve the long ball. And then my midfielder would say, you know what, and if I'd have dropped earlier and read the long ball, I'd have picked up the second ball. And then, so what exactly it created was this accountability that everybody in that room, on that team, owned something in that goal, and that built trust. And on the same flip side is when we scored a goal, I usually started it with the goalkeeper, with that decision, so that you create this trust that the way we're going to get better is the way we can hold each other and be accountable on the pitch. And I knew when I had a player say, hey, you should have probably done that, and instead of her getting defensive, she was like, yeah, you're probably right. That's when you know you've got a team that trusts each other and that can hold each other accountable.
It sounds like your methodology here leads into the mental, psychological side of the game and the preparation.
I mean, I think certainly, you can have phenomenal players and phenomenal talent, but if they're stressed, anxious, nervous, they're not going to perform. Ultimately, our job as coaches is to maximize and enhance performance, creating an environment where they feel that there are players out there that have their back. And so I certainly think the psychological piece is a massive part of performance. It's a massive part of the game. I've seen incredibly talented players that don't have that ability to manage the pressure cooker, as I like to say, and they're not as effective. We've seen that as coaches. So I think, the psychological piece, how did I start to help? When I would bring in a young player to our team, I would say to them, they were very nervous. I would say to them, listen, I'm not looking for perfection. I'm just looking for some progress. Just how can we get one day better? Take the pressure off of them. Lean into the qualities that got you here. Don't try and be something different. These were messages that tried to help build their confidence. And the other thing I would say to the young players is, I want you to sit with some of the older players and listen to their scars. Because when a young player comes into your environment, they're actually playing with their heroes. And they see that these heroes are on the top of the mountain. But what they don't see is that Megan Rapinoe, for example, had 3 torn ACL injuries that she had to come back from. They don't see that Carly Lloyd was a bench player many years before she was a star. And so it helps kind of create this idea of, you're not going to come in and be at this level right away. But I also, when I would be in public to the media, I would always say talent doesn't have an age, to really reinforce that if you're good enough, you're good enough. But I think the psychological component, I look at now, our team that I have at San Diego, we have a full-time mental health coach. I think in today's society and modern age, you have to provide that resource. Whether people use it or not, it's entirely up to them. But I think having that resource, I think, is critical as a leader.
It's lovely to hear you talking about bringing in the young players. It's something you became well known for. When you do that, you often get criticized because people are not sure what's coming. Arsene Wenger, who's here again today, talked about how, when he was there as head coach manager of, say Arsenal, looking for the young talent to bring them in. It takes a little bit of guts to do it and to follow it through and to get it right.
Oh, no doubt. I think, when you bring in a young player, the hardest test they have is that the older players can gobble them up, because suddenly they're checking their shoulder and like, wait, who is this? Is going to be threatened. But I think, as a coach, what you recognize is that if a player is good enough, they will be accepted. And again, Rose Lavelle was a young player that I brought into our team, and she ends up scoring, the game winner or the goal in the World Cup final. And so I think as a coach, your job, and this is what's so unique, your job is to constantly find players that are going to push you on and evolve and bring you to that. So it's, for me, it's a natural part of progress. When I go out and talk to corporations and businesses, the idea of constantly bringing in new people, it's unsettling for many, but that's the nature of what we do. And I think you have to, as the game changes and as the game and the demands of the game evolve, you have to make sure you're bringing in players that can meet those. And sometimes that's going younger in terms of personnel. Rose Lavelle was a unique player because she was suddenly that player that could play between the lines like nobody else we've ever seen in our country. And she gave us an incredible different dynamic with which we were now able to, beat more organized teams defensively.
With 30 years plus experience as a coach, you've seen many changes in the game. What do you think are the biggest challenges, based on what we've been chatting about already, some of the biggest challenges facing players today?
Well, for players and coaches, I think it's, listen, the lens now is so much bigger, right? This thing called Twitter, this thing called Instagram. I mean, I think social media, it's just a very, very hard thing to navigate, with your young players, that suddenly they see their value on how many likes they get. I mean, I think this is a dynamic that we're crazy if we're not addressing it, because it is such a massive part of what a young player and players now have to deal with. Last night I heard, obviously we were here, we heard David Beckham talking about the criticism that he got walking into a restaurant. Well, imagine if that had happened now in the modern era, because people are so mean, so cruel, that I think this is where I think the mental health component is critical now, because the level of scrutiny and venom that's out there, I think that is something that we have to help educate our young players. We have to protect our players. I think there needs to be more legislation to help manage social media, because I think it's a very, very dangerous thing. So I think that's something that, in my later years as a coach, I had to manage, but in my early years, I didn't. But I think now a coach really has to help navigate that. I think that's a challenge. I think also now you're dealing with, and I know it's been around a long time in the men's game, but agents are, it's that layer between a coach and a player. It's a layer now between management that you have to navigate. You can't stick your head in the sand and ignore the fact that there's agents and players are building their brands, and there's so much more than just the football. I think that's what's hard for a coach now. It's I'd hazard to say that yes, a large part where coaches love to live is in tactics and on the pitch, right? Like that's the sweet spot. But now it's managing personnel, it's managing, egos, it's managing the whole piece. I think you have to be very, very adept in the management of people now as a coach.
And for coach of the United States women's soccer team, then and now, obviously a very large country. Right. And you're away from the players. It's difficult to have that interconnection, that human side, that personal touch. And that will continue to be a challenge, even though we have Zoom and we can talk on the phone. That's still a big challenge for coaches in the United States.
It is, and I think when you're a national team coach, you get very limited time. So, really establishing that connection is critical. I mean, when you're with a club and you have them daily, you're going to build that relationship. You're going to get to know their families. You're going to get to know their routines, their personality, a lot more than when you just have them together for 10 days and you've got 2 matches to play. So I think one of the things that, I tried to do was, I always sort of say players have to feel that they matter to you as a person. They can't just be a player. You have to have a connection. I think that's ultimately, we're in a people business. You have to have connections with people. And so, one of the things that I tried to do was every time we brought our group back together, when I was a young coach, I always used to want to find a different way of teaching something. So if we were working on our build out, it was like, I'm going to do it this way, this time, and this way, because I felt like I needed to be innovative and change it up. Well, the reality is what I learned is consistency of message, especially when you're not together very much, is very important. So whenever the team got back together, we'd have an intro meeting and, kind of a hello, and here's the lay of the camp, and here's the plan. And then the next day before we went to training, we kind of have almost, I called it a reset meeting, where we would just to remember, because my players, they may have been playing man-to-man in their environment, now we're doing zone, or they may have played, in a high press with us, and they're sitting in a low block. So you have to kind of reset as to, remember, here's our values, here's our expectations, this is kind of who we are, this is our DNA, this is our identity, just to kind of reset. And I think that really helped us stay connected. When they went back to their clubs, I was always very respectful of not trying to, quote unquote, bother them, right? They have to meet the demands of that environment. They're not but what I tried to build was a relationship with their club coach that we didn't see it as your player, my player. We saw it as our player. So I would have constant communication, conversation with the club coach. Like, that was critical. It was everything from managing minutes to knowing that we were traveling to understanding where they were in their season. They're going into their playoff round. So that was critical, because then I think the player didn't feel this back and forth. They felt that both sides were going to work together to build cooperation. One of the things I tried to do was every year was to bring every club coach into our environment to meet with our sports scientists. We would bring in their sports scientists. We'd really try and feel that this was a collaboration, because at the end of the day, if our national team did well, our domestic league, the tickets went off the charts. You know, if we're winning, if we're competing for World Cups, it benefited everybody. And in the same regard, if our club world was strong and competitive, it helped us with the national team. So I think that was something that I really pushed with our federation, really pushed with our league, that we had to have this collaboration, cooperation.
I was going to jump to the World Cup now because we're only 47 days away, but let me just pick up.
How many days away? You keep counting them.
47. They're going down quickly. Can I just go back to the league, because you touched on it there, so I'd rather pick up on it now. With San Diego Wave, you're the president, so you left coaching behind, but you're making an incredible impact there. Just last month, didn't you have the highest ticket sales ever in a women's league game in the United States?
Yeah, 32,000, yeah.
So you're doing something right again as president.
Well, I think what's, listen, and no, I mean, everyone in this room is sporting, but, you know, sometimes when, because you've lived the landscape and you understand, you know, when I started this team, I could have started it from two angles. I could have started it from the business side first, meaning I'm going to hire my revenue officer, my ticketing. And instead, you know, I started it through the lens that I'm most familiar with, which is the sporting side. So my first hire was my general manager, who was my right hand with the national team, and my coach, because, you know, ultimately I looked at it from, if we have a good product on the field, if we're competitive, from there the fans will come. From there the sponsorships will come. So that was my approach to it. We launched very quickly, but yes, I mean, I think listen, as a coach, I wanted a full house, but I never really cared to the degree of, oh my God, we got to sell tickets. Now it's, okay, well, we've got to work with this. And so it's different, but I took this job because after 30 years on the sideline, it was like, okay, where else can I grow and stretch myself? Stay connected to the game I absolutely love. And I think when you get a little bit older, you reach a point in your life where it's not so much about what you're doing, it's more about what you can create for those that come after. And so I saw this as an opportunity to strengthen our domestic league. Knowing our domestic league would be strong, I felt would continue to help us be competitive at the national team level. But it was something that it was not inside my wheelhouse, not familiar ground for me. But I literally, at the end of the day, if you hire great people, you empower them, and you build a great culture, I think you can create a recipe for success.
And what are your thoughts on seeing England, the Lionesses, winning the Euros? You were, of course, born in Portsmouth, in England. You're a Manchester United fan.
Yeah.
Was I meant to expose that?
Yeah, thanks for that.
So
that was a tough one.
I just wanted to get your thought on the way the women's game developed in the United States and gave you the avenue you wanted, the path that you wanted to choose, and now you're able to see the impact that victory for England had in the Euros on the women's game in England.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's tremendous. I mean, the reality now is, you know, when I was there, women weren't even allowed to play, right? I used to play in the schoolyard with my brother. So it almost took me leaving the country I love to go and find my passion for football. But it's so amazing to see just, you know, how competitive, how far the game has come. You get 90,000, you know, Real Barca game. You get 50,000 for the Tottenham, you know, Arsenal game. So, you know, I think the reality is it is the sport for women now globally. We've known for a long time it's the sport for men, but it's the sport for women. And I think all of us in this room, you know, are probably, sport is a gift. It's a gift in our lives. It's given us so many things, you know, a career, a family, a voice. It's been such a gift. And so I think the more we can share this with people, and that's why a World Cup where it shines a massive light on something that brings people together. Yeah, it's the competition, but ultimately it brings countries together to root for their team. It brings nations together to compete in a friendly atmosphere. I think that's the beauty of sport. And so for me, you know, I'm delighted that you know, England's had the success they have, but more importantly, our game is continuing to evolve at such a fast level.
Okay, let's turn to the World Cup then.
Yep.
What are the challenges facing the 32 nations? There's representatives from each federation here at the Global Summit. You've been there at the cutting edge. What are the challenges facing them in 47 days' time?
Well, I think like it's everything. Like, and I think about this, especially from the sports science side. It's managing the entry in. Everybody is coming from a different place. If you're coming off the American team, they're at the end of their season. They're having to manage that and probably burn out and fatigue. For other teams, they're in the middle of their season. So I think, how you navigate the management of players. I mean, we were even to the point of it has to be so specific. We went player by player in our management because, you might have players that are playing 90 minutes. You might have players that are coming in as reserves. So I think this customizing and making sure that on that very first match, every single player is ready to to perform. So some coming in might need rest. Some coming in might need topping up in terms of their fitness. Some, I remember in 2015, I brought in Alex Morgan knowing that she wasn't going to be ready until the quarterfinals. So I actually brought an injured player in with the hope of, listen, if we get this right, she'll be ready to go by this point. So I think understanding your team well enough to say, how do I get everybody ready, available? Like, I said to my medical team, the number one gift you can give to me is have players available for selection. But that was also a message I gave to the players. The number one way you can help us be successful is to be available for selection. So that means everything. That means, if you're feeling tightness, pull yourself out and manage your body. It's being professional. It's making sure that putting the team first. So I think that as we get ready for the World Cup, it's being ready to have that. One of the things tactically that we as a club decided to do, because again, you have very little time to prepare your team, is we actually scouted the World Cup opponent. So we looked at what are the commonalities between all of the opponents we're facing. Well, they all played a back four, so okay, we can prepare for that. So there were certain things, because when we got to our pre-camp in Tottenham 10 days before the World Cup started, we were very specific. We didn't go into the country initially. We went to a pre-camp because psychologically we wanted our players to feel that when they landed in France, that was the World Cup starting. So we did our pre-camp in England, came in. But even in that pre-camp, it was a conscious decision as coaches to say, okay, we're not going to overload them at this point. This is now maximizing performance. This is leaning into what we know. For sure, you're going to tweak certain things based on the opponent. Whether you're going to, with France, we knew we wanted to bring France inside and keep them away from their flanks. So there's certain tweaks based on who you're playing. But ultimately, it was just reinforcing that we are ready, leaning into the layers that we'd had already prepared, because there's going to be stress, there's going to be anxiety. It's even picking that lineup for that first game that the spotlight isn't going to melt them. In 2015, I had this player, Abby Wambach, was a phenomenal icon, was on the back end of her career, but I knew in that very first game, I needed someone that was going to be larger than life, that was going to rally. And so it was more a psychological decision and a message than it was purely about her performance. Listen, was she a hell of a player? Yeah, she was FIFA Player of the Year. I mean, she was not chopped liver, she was good. But the reality is I made a decision to have a psychological giant on the field in that moment at the start of a World Cup, because it had been 16 years since we'd won a World Cup. There was a lot of pressure. So, I think a coach just managing holistically the physical dimension, the psychological dimension, for sure the tactical dimension. I made a decision going into the World Cup. I mean, all of our substitution patterns before a game were discussed the morning of. So I knew I didn't have to. I had that moment in a game where, we've all done it as coaches, where you're about to make a change, you bring the player up, and they're like, hang on a second, because you're watching. They're like, hang on a minute, hey, take a seat. And I realized, that's not fair to the player. So I had meetings with my staff in the morning before a game, and we had everything. So I didn't react with emotion. I reacted with, I've thought this through outside of the pressure cooker. Here's the decisions I made. So, for example, you get a player get hurt in the warm-up. Oh, okay, that player's going in. It wasn't suddenly like, oh, my God, who's going in? So I think the level of preparation and detail. People say, were there any surprises for you in that World Cup? There wasn't, honestly. We had every scenario. If you were to say to my players, hey, we're down a goal and we're down a player, what is it going to look like? They would know. because, you know, in that moment when it's loud, players have to rely on the information that they have. You have to make sure that they're layered in to prepare that. So I'm kind of nerding out right now, but you know, it was just this understanding that our players, if you said to them, hey, we're closing out a game, what's going to be our shape? 8 minutes left in the game, or we're down a goal, where do we want the final pass to come from? That was the level of detail we got with our players, in terms of they were so prepared that when you can't get information in, it's not like American sports where you can call a timeout. They knew on the principles on which they were going to lean.
Would you have liked the opportunity to coach in a World Cup that was as compact as the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022?
Geographically, you mean?
Geographically, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly wouldn't bother me. I mean, the next year, the women in Australia, I mean, and New Zealand, I mean, that's, you know, again, you're managing, you know, the physical demands of travel. So, yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it being an easy bus ride, you know, to get to the next match at all.
What effect do you think that will have on the football we see this coming November and December?
Well, I think it's you know, as much as coaches want to kind of create the bubble, we hear that a lot. You want to create a bubble. You don't want things to, you know, control. I always sort of say you need to control the internal and manage the external. You know, what can I control internally and how my team take the pressure off them? But what can I manage externally? Well, the reality is when you're in close proximity and it's going to be everywhere and there are fans going to be everywhere, you're probably going to have a hard time finding that seclusion a little bit, that moment to decompress, that moment to tune it out. And so I think coaches are going to have to work a little bit harder to kind of create that bubble around the team. I think that's going to be challenging. But yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's going to be, I mean, listen, it's the World Cup. It's going to be freaking amazing, right? I mean, it's just, there's nothing like it. So I know it's going to be exciting. And for many players, it's the highlight of their career. And so, you know, I think it's, and you can't forget that as a coach. You've got to recognize, you've got to enjoy this. You know, I remember in 2015, we were winning. It was like we won our first 3 games. And I remember after my press conference, my media guy came up to me. He goes, you need to smile a little bit. You know, I was like, okay, because I was like so serious all the time. I'm like, you're right. I've got to remember that everything about messaging is important. And I want my players to remember this and enjoy it.
Jill, let's just finish up with a really easy one. Who's going to win and why?
Well, it's like picking your favorite kid, right? You can't do that with everyone. Well, I think it's going to be an extraordinarily competitive World Cup. Yeah, I think it's. I really do feel for coaches, because it is very hard with 10 days preparation to get a team. You know, you hear a lot of the media say, oh, there's no chemistry on the pitch. Well, my God, they've been together for like 5 days. And really, when you're together, you're not training all the time. So I think that's hard. I think the teams, this is what I say, I don't think you win a world championship without depth. You have to manage the suspensions. You have to manage the injuries. So I think a team with great depth will end up lifting that trophy. I'm hedging my bets here. But yeah, listen, listen, there's some great teams. I mean, I think, you know, Brazil, France, all these teams, you know, are going to be in the hunt. It's going to be exceptional. And the home team, they're going to be driven by the support of the home fans. It's so special. It's such an amazing feeling.
Thank you very, very much. Jill Ellis.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Stay right there now. Please, can I welcome Jassim Jabber, who is the school principal, there he is, to please come up and present an award here to Jill. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Jill Ellis. Thank you, Jassim Jabber. Wonderful insight there into preparing players and the team for a competition, specifically a FIFA World Cup as well. Jill having so much success with the FIFA Women's World Cup that we move on immediately now to a round table chat. So we will add another couple of chairs. The discussion is preparing players and team for the competition. And please welcome up onto the stage, Emmanuel Lopez.
What are the key technical aspects to consider when we are speaking about team preparation, player preparation? What is the starting point of the thinking process? What are the main phases to elaborate? And how can we integrate all staffs, all experts in a common approach? In order to speak about all those topics around such wide area, preparing players and team for the competition. So in order to go deeper on that, please, let's welcome on stage Meyer from Paris Saint-Germain. And Edgar Cardoso from Shakhtar Donetsk. And Alberto Mendes from Qatar Football Association. So, as we know, preparing players and team for the competition is a very wild topic. In order to go deeper on it, Nicolas, please feel free to introduce you, your role, and also how you approach the preparation in your institution.
Okay, good morning to everyone. First, Nicolas Meyer. I'm working for first team of PSG since 2014. Until 2022, more as a fitness coach into the technical staff. I was more like the link of the club into the technical staff with some mission of helping new technical staff to find a balance in between the methodology and the club approach. And since February 2022, club asked me to take in charge all performance area. About this topic, I guess, if I want to be completely honest, in my context, I have to share with you, if I share with you some ideas, it's about, I have to think about two main points. First, in 8 years, I worked with 5 different technical staff. One completely French, one completely German, one completely Spanish, one completely Spanish, South American, but with a strong English background. And last one, more a mix of French, Portuguese, Spanish. It means if I think about planification into this topic, I can only think about various adaptation, various philosophy, because according to methodology of head coach and the organization into the technical staff, I saw some differences in between each staff. Second one, into the staff and the dynamic on the staff, I saw different approach from the fitness guy, from the technical staff. It means, for me, first level of reflection. Second one, the context I am in. In my context, 80 to 90% of players are international. It means 64 to 69 game possibility per year. In my context, 90% of our games are played at 9 p.m. in the evening. It means every time we are coming late to Paris, every time it's an adaptation the day after, day plus one. Other context, into the squad, we have different nationalities. This year, 11 different nationalities in the squad. It means different culture, different habits, and into the squad, different status of players and experience. It means second level of this of thinking into planification and preparing players, the necessity to take into account the unicity of each player, the few time available for the coach to work on group component. It means when we have time to work with complete squad, maybe it's more important to focus on main points on football. And third time, because we are playing a lot, we need to think about a strategy to compensate players who are not working, who are not playing a lot. It means we need to think about how we organize pre or post-training session, post-game, and day off, what strategy we will use with players who are not playing a lot. That's a bit my overview about my context. This year, I will say it was a bit special because we had, no international players had a competition in June. It was the first year we had quite all players, 4 weeks or 3 weeks minimum. 4 weeks, we had 70% of all players, 4 weeks available before the first game. And 3 weeks, I will say the last, all French people, German guys arrived a bit 1 week later. It means during pre-season, it was the first time in 8 years we had time to work a bit more with players. It means into this strategy, first week was more adaptation, a second week was more to adapt to the new pattern of training of the new technical staff, and especially with the planification easy, day -4 more orientated on strengths, day -3 more resistance orientated, and day -2 more speed adapted, more on, I will say, physical aspect, okay? What to say else? Was thinking, I guess.
Already you put a lot of emphasis about the context. You spoke first about the context that maybe is the starting point of your thinking process, and then individualization based on the player status. And then you spoke also about the game exposure that will need some adaptation for the player, maybe the day after. So already you give some emphasis from your side. Thank you very much, Nicolas. Maybe we can go now to Edgar, still in the club context. How? Yes, all good.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
thank
Edgar.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm Edgar. I'm Portuguese. I've been working for Benfica for 12 years. After I have the chance to work in this fantastic place for 6 years, and now working in Shakhtar Donetsk as the head of youth. So going into the topic, preparing players and teams for the competition, I want to introduce our way of working in two different moments, pre-season and in season. I need to say that I am very lucky to work in Shakhtar, because Shakhtar has a style and philosophy that is decided from the top by the president. Okay, so the president is a person that loves football, offensive football. That's why in our squad we have a lot of Brazilians, or we had before the war started. For all of you that work in football, you know that Shakhtar is a club that usually plays Champions League, and so you know that the style is very offensive and attacking orientated. So I feel very comfortable in this idea. And since in the academy we need to follow the idea and the style of the first team, I am lucky because regardless the coach of the first team, the style never changes. So every time Shakhtar is changing coach, the coach is hired already with the aim or with the intention to keep playing the same ideas. So my priority in pre-season is exactly to dedicate time in how we want to play, in our style, in our ideas. Of course, the physical content is very, very important. So we like to start the season with 2 big blocks. So we work 10 days in a row. In terms of spaces, I don't want to work in the first 10 days in very small spaces. What we want immediately is that the players, they don't lose days of training. So we want to avoid injuries in the beginning for two reasons. Because it's important for the players to get fit together with their teammates, first of all, but the most important for them to listen and to understand the way we want to play. So the first 10 days we work always in medium spaces, in exercises where we have superiority, not big superiority, to don't force the defenders to run a lot and to press a lot. And usually we have a game on the last day of this block. Then we rest 2 days and we go for a second block of 10 days where, then we go for our normal periodization, going from small spaces to big spaces, to touch accelerations, decelerations, change of directions, to cover big distances, speed. And after this second block, we also finish with the game, and we start our normal cycle of 5 days plus game. That is very similar with what Paris Saint-Germain is doing, with strength, big distances, speed, -1, and game. Of course, the situation now is very different due to the war in Ukraine, but I think we have the chance to go deeper in this
We'll go deeper later
situation
on. Yes.
later, but basically this is our approach. Football and way of playing as priority, at the same time, of course, that we use the football exercises to develop physical capacities.
Thank you very much, Edgar. So after two context, let's say club context, now let's move to national team context. That obviously is totally different. And then let's listen to you, Alberto. Yes, working. No? Okay. You can switch.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this event. My name is Alberto Méndez Villanueva. I'm Spanish. I have been here working in Qatar for the last 15 years. So I started working for the academy, aspiring in various positions, and then progressively we were taking the national teams in younger ages until today, that we are about to play finally the World Cup. So of course our context is completely different than a club context, and also completely different from a top national team, European, American, whatever national team in the world. For the good and for the bad, we have all the players playing in Qatar in our domestic league, so we have access to the players much more than any other national team. For example, when a player gets injured with the club, this player will do all the rehab process with the national team staff from the first day until the player is back to play. With the club, we have access to amazing facilities, as you can see, and of course this shapes the way we approach our training and our preparation time. So of course over the years with the national team we've been facing very different competitive scenarios, different countries, different context, different time game schedules, resting 2 days, 1 day, 3 days, 4 days. And of course this shapes the way we take, the approach we take to prepare the players to compete in these circumstances. Of course, weather conditions, many things that are, I guess, quite unique from our environment and our context, I will say. So it's hard to say which way we take to prepare a Qatar national team to compete in I don't know, in the under-19 Asian Cup or in the World Cup under 20 in New Zealand or in the under 23 Asian Cup in China or in Thailand or in Qatar or in so everything, all these things will definitely change the way we approach most of the details. And as you know, details are key in football. So globally, our approach is quite tactical, I would say. Most of the, even though we have a very a good mix of different nationalities working in the staff, the core staff is from Spain. So I think in terms of communicating, in terms of organizing things and getting things done, is always easy. So let's say we spend less time discussing and more time doing the things. So and that's it. I guess after we can talk in more details if you want about specifics.
No, yes, Alberto. I think we can go straight away a little bit deeper. So when you start the periodization before competition, what is the starting point of your thinking process? From where you start to think about all the areas to cover?
Well, I think it's the simple is pretty. The starting point is pretty simple. There is current status. Our players are in a current status, and we think we need to be at a different, normally higher status. And so.
So you mean the first point is the current status of the player?
Of course, this we do it observing, of course, watching all the games of our players, and also having access to all the data that Spire system is providing us. So based on this, we assess and we have an idea of which is the current status of each player and the team. And after we set up a target. So basically, the whole idea is to close this gap. Is to close this gap between where we are and where we want to be. So with this in mind, from a physical side, at the end of the day, my role is try to help coaching staff to get to play the way they want. So. As myself, I have no specific agendas. I have no specific targets. So my target is only to help. So at the end of the day, I am one of the assistants of the coach. So my role is to assist him and not to set individual targets. But of course, there is an element of responsibility in my job. So I have to decide. I will say three things. The first one will be based on our current status, which is potentially low tolerance that our players might have. Second will be try to identify the battles that you are not going to win, because you can see we are very far in whatever aspect. But knowing the players, the context, the time frames that we are dealing with, there are battles that we are not going to win, or realistically we are not going to win. So I think it's important to identify this, because then this extra, or this identifying the wrong targets might actually end up in having
in order to put your energy on the battle that you can win, to put your focus more specifically.
And after with this, just to periodize, try to find ways to periodize all the training contents in a way that we can maximize training exposure as much as we can, of course minimizing the downsides of training a lot, so or training too much for our
so big emphasis on the training load.
Yes, of course, but yes, of course, training a lot. If you want to reach to a target and you are very far, of course, the only way you can do it is by training. So I would say these three things, simplifying a lot, will be the three things I will start thinking about.
Yes, and I have one more question to go a little bit even deeper, because I think you will make jealous a lot of staff here, because to prepare to the next World Cup, let's say that first of all maybe the country is preparing herself since 12 years, but that is from your side. You have the luxury to have 5 months of preparation with the team, where many teams here will have maybe only few days. So where did you put your emphasis when you sit with the coaching staff, with the head coach, with Felix Sanchez, that you know very well since a long time? When you were thinking about this 5 months period to prepare the team and the country for this event, how did you manage? What did you put first? Was the friendly games? Was first the individualization of the players first, as you spoke, before going to the friendly games? How did you discuss the plan with the head coach and maybe the full staff?
I mean, yes, as you say, one of the big advantages is that we have been working together for many years. So, and of course, this camp is a bit longer than usual. We've been with the players and away from our families home for many months than we usually do, but it's not that different than what we have done before for every competition. So
you mean you have routines already in place that the players know, that the coaching staff know?
I would say we've been doing this for many years. So of course we are not preparing a World Cup, or we were preparing different competitions, but the format of the competition is rather similar. The approach we take, taking the players away, staying away, different places, and organizing this. We have a lot of experience dealing with this kind of environment, with this kind of context, with our players, with all the cultural things that are around dealing with our players. And it hasn't been too complicated in this regard because, as I say, of course, previous experiences, and we've been preparing for this for many years. But globally, I would say the first priority will be get the players adapted to play the game, and after, the second phase will be get the players adapted to play to what we're going to face. So everything is all about optimizing the game model and giving the players the chance to and the coach to play the way we think we need to play. For of course we want to face big teams, so we have the luxury to be 5-6 months preparing the World Cup, but other federations have the luxury to have players in Madrid, Barcelona,
yes,
Manchester, Chelsea. So I'm not sure which way will be the best one. So as I say, I think that this simplifying two things: get the players ready to adapted to play, which does not mean fitter. I think it's different. I think it's a different adapted to play that fit. So tell the players adapted to play, and after maximizing our responses to the game model, maximizing our adaptations to the game model that is going to be likely to happen during our 3 games in the World Cup.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the club level with Nicola. So, in a totally different way than Alberto with the Qatar national team staff, that they know each other since a long time. In the club, happen very often that the coaching staff change. I would like to know, how do you align all the experts that you can find in high-level clubs to a common approach, starting from the technical staff with the head coach, through the medical, through the performance staff, nutrition. So there is any strategy, common strategy to align all the staff together?
Tough one. Alors, in Paris, medical and performance area is a unit. It means we are strongly working together in a unique department. When new coaching staff is coming, our main goal, principal goal, is to make them win time. Knowing if they need details on each players, we need to provide them information as more precise we can. Second one, if after they have a specific methodology, principle is to share about it. And for example, when we speak about to align content for preparing players, as a short-term example, before Nice, 4 days ago, we meet with 2 fitness guys of the new technical staff, and we say, okay, now what is the strategy until last game against Auxerre, 13th of November? It means strategy more in terms of planification, where we put strengths, where we put post-game. At home, we are used to work strengths and running session with sub. And away, we are more focused on pitch to win time, to more about material possibility. It means we try to align first, sharing together and sitting on a table, eyes between eyes, to say, okay, now together how we go and where we go. And you say, okay, we sit, we try to plan some targets for players who are not playing a lot. After, I guess our main role is first to stay in the shadow of players who are playing a lot. It means to align all people to say, be attentive for players who are playing a lot, and we have players who are playing a lot because profile of players, they want to play, they love to play, and it's normal. Second, be strong, not be strong, but spend energy on all players who are not playing too much. I'm not only speaking about spending energy to train, to compensate them, but at the same time be available days off if they need, be available to speak, be available to help them, because in this time, as before I heard,
like Gilles Ellis said about the game changer.
About the game changer, exactly. We need to a bit clean emotion, but not bad emotion, but we need to clean quickly, not say frustration and everything, to bring him back into a new game preparation. And by us, it's every 2-3 days. We are in a situation like that. Donc, in the shadow, we are more here to try to push players to be available for the coach, but not only on a physical point of view, but also in a mental point of view and in a psychological point of view. It means, to answer to your question, I will say all our energy is to align people who are working in our department, physio, fitness coach, nutritionist, into this way, into this mentality of, first of all, to win, we need a strong coaching staff. Because if there is any weaknesses, the player will go. He's able to go like every players a lot of players are using like this. And it means to provide, to try to put them in the best condition, we need to be strong in this way of thinking, you know?
You mean when you say to be strong, to ensure that all staff have the same language and put the same priorities? This is what you mean to be strong as a staff?
Yeah, to support them, to respect process, to listen, to watch in details, to be like in English I'm not reading, but avoir une présence attentive, something
to be available for the players.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Nicolas. And then I think step by step there is this kind of position that start to born in different clubs, as you said, head of performance, but being more attached to the club than to the head coach. And this is a really, for me, interesting questions to understand how you can have impact as head of performance from the club when a new coaching staff is arriving. Usually the new head coach has a lot of power. He is arriving with a full staff, usually also with one SNC coach in the staff. So how do you deal and keeping our mind focused on the preparation period, because there is so many topics to discuss, but regarding the preparation plan, how do you manage this, I will not say power fight, because this is not a power fight, but how do you manage this relationship with the new coaching staff needs and maybe the needs of the institution that you represent?
It's a good question. In my background, I have more a background of trainer and field man than sports science. It means in our organization, this is why I'm more making the link with technical stuff, and in my team I have someone more focused on sports science, for example. And it means I completely understand what could be the question a technical staff is, what the needs they can have when they arrive in a staff. It means, first of all, I guess I have to turn off all ego and everything on side to say when they arrive, how can I help them to first say...
Exactly as say Alberto, that you are here to support the head coach. So
yeah, for me,
on the same way.
Most important is to understand quicker as I can the methodology of training of the coach. Second one, into the methodology and organization of the staff, what is the vision in terms of planification, work of the fitness guy of the coach. After it, first level, I help them as the faster as I can to set up whatever they need. Some of them ask me a lot of questions about details, about methodology, about working, but at the same time to build trust, because it's about building trust. Because if you need to go together, first they have to feel comfortable in the environment they are coming in. Because as a club, it's easy, you know players, you know all the staff, and they arrive in an environment, okay, maybe they prepare to know players, but first of all is to make them comfortable and win time.
Thank you, Nicolas. Let's go with, yes, working? Great. Edgar. So obviously, first of all, you are more focused on the technical aspect than Alberto and Nicolas. But obviously, right now, we are very proud to welcome you with us as representative of one Ukrainian club. How did you manage the preparation this year, comparing with maybe your ideal scenario, ideal plan? How did you manage this season in the current situation?
Very difficult and very unpredictable. So when the war started at the end of February, our first priority was to protect our players, to be in safe places, if there were safe places in Ukraine. After a couple of weeks, we understood more or less the idea of the war. And this, together with the high management of the club, we decided that players with 17 years old and younger, to give them the chance to be abroad. I said 17 and younger because 18 to 60 years old men cannot leave Ukraine due to the martial law. And we were looking for places in Europe to have our players. Since our sports director is Croatian and he is a very influent guy, Dario Srna, is Croatian, so it was obvious that in Croatia we could find a good solution. We are now in Split since mid-March, but during these months everything was very unpredictable. I'm responsible for 7 teams from under 12 to under 19. And maybe 2 months ago, Ukrainian president himself announced to show power and to show security that first teams and under 19s, they would start the championship in Ukraine. So the idea was more or less clear for under 19, but completely unpredictable for the other generations. So for under 19, we started working abroad, first in the Netherlands. We understood immediately from the beginning that from the 26 players that we called for this first training camp, half of the players were not comfortable to go back to Ukraine, or the players or the parents, or both. Yeah. So we tried to delay as much as possible this situation. Our idea was to be 15 days in the Netherlands, then to move to Ukraine. We managed to move from the Netherlands to Slovenia to gain time, to try to convince players that to be on the western Ukraine could be safe. Anyway, from these 26, we managed to go to Ukraine after 1 month with 17 players. On the couple of weeks after, we managed to bring 3 more players. And now we have a squad of 20 players in under 19. But I want to give you now an example. We start playing in Kiev. Kiev is 800 kilometers from the border with Poland. The roads are not perfect. There are some roads that are destroyed. And we need to play Champions League abroad, or in Poland for our home games, or in another countries we have as opponents Red Bull, Leipzig, Celtic and Real Madrid. And we need to travel by bus from Kiev to Poland. It takes maybe 12 hours. To cross the border, that can take 3 to 4 hours in one lane to do the last kilometer. Then to go again by bus to the closest airport, and then to travel by airplane to the place where we are going to play. And if we have in mind that 4 days before we had the home game, you can imagine how tough it is for the players, how we need to manage recovery, training, preparation, recovery, a game, and recovering again. So we arrived to one situation that we are not traveling with full squad. We are thinking about the next opponent, but at the same time we are already thinking about the coming one. So sometimes we are traveling with 16 players and leaving in Ukraine 5, knowing that these 5 will be important for the coming game, because it's impossible to recover and to prepare. Or it's not impossible, it is very difficult to have the players fit to be at 100% to play again. Because we go to play Champions League, but then we need to go back again to Ukraine, and it's the same process. Airplane to the airport, the nearest airport to Poland, bus, border, and Kiev or Lviv. Now we decided to don't be in Kiev, because it's a nightmare. We are in Lviv, based in Lviv with our under 19. For the other generations, we are in Croatia. We didn't prepare teams, or we didn't prepare players, because we never stopped. Since mid-March that we have been training without stopping. We didn't have a break, we didn't have pre-season, we are just training. I requested the Croatian Federation to register our teams in the national championships. We face a lot of resistance from the big clubs in Croatia, Hajduk, Split, Dinamo Zagreb. So the solution was to register Shakhtar teams in the regional league. So our under 15 are playing against under 17, under 14 against under 16. Okay. We are playing against older players. But the idea is we play games, but even if we win, we don't accumulate points. So it's like friendly games every week, but at least
you are playing.
We are playing. We are lucky that Hajduk Split are giving us every day 3 hours of their fields for us to train. We have 4 teams there. 3 hours is enough to train. That's it. We have our normal cycle of 5 days plus game, day off, and we restart again.
So you were able, despite everything, thanks to the support of Croatian football, you were able to move your teams and to find a way to have
A process.
a process.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have a process. The process is not perfect because we managed to move players, but unfortunately we didn't manage to move staff, because staff obviously are older than 18 years old.
Yes.
And during 3 or 4 months, I was completely alone with 85 players in Croatia. Not completely alone. I had 2 people with me, over than 60, 1 fitness coach, 1 administrator that is helping me on the field. He's a former Shakhtar player. What we are doing now is every time first team and under 19 are leaving the country to play Champions League, we try to put 2 staff members together with this with the first team, and when they cross the border they go to Croatia. So I have the support. So you can imagine that on the last months is more than head of youth. I have been a coach, father, psychologist, nutritionist. But I'm glad to help, to feel that I'm useful for the club. We have a problem with under 16, 17 players with professional contracts that since they were abroad, they were looking for another clubs. The situation is not perfect in Croatia. We were not playing on the first months. We were not training with the same quality that we were training in Kiev. And they moved to another club. So I can say that we lost our best talents of under 16, 17. We are now building a new team with the help of our scouting department in Kiev. So this is our current situation.
Edgar, thank you very much.
Thank you, Manu.
I think will be the end of our first half. I would like to thank you very much, 3 of you, Nicola, Edgar, Alberto. Was a great first half with different perspective. However, our plan is to move with a totally new lineup for the second half. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So now, for the second half, I am very delighted to welcome on stage Perry Stewart from Arsenal. Welcome, Perry. Rick Cost from US Soccer. And then Tony Strodwick from Football Association of Wales. Hi, Tony. Okay, so for the second half, we decided to have game exposure for a maximum of players. So let's go straight away with you, Arsenal. Please, can you let us know more about yourself? Okay, and how do you manage this topic of preparation, players and team inside the great institution of Arsenal? And be careful, you have some high representative in the room.
Right, good morning everyone. My name's Perry Stewart. I work at Arsenal Academy as the head of Academy Performance. I've been at the club for 6 years. I've only recently taken the role as head of Academy Performance. Prior to that I was working as a lead strength and conditioning coach, exclusively with the under 9s through to under 16s. Prior to Arsenal I was at another club for 4.5 years where I was head of Academy Sports Medicine and Athletic Development. So I've got roughly 10 to 12 years experience working in academies, and then prior to that I was also working with youth athletes across multiple sports as well. So I suppose I'm going to take a slightly different perspective than the first half guests, and we are preparing players for future performance. So the governance in the UK is maybe slightly different to Europe and other parts of the world. So we, at Arsenal, we don't play competitive league matches until they're under 18s. Every player is entitled to 50% game time. Okay, and the perspective or the view we take is we use competition as an extension to training and developing the players for future performance. Now, when we talk about future performance, we talk about our under-21s, which is where they will typically go out on loan or they'll start stepping into a first-team environment, whether it be at Arsenal or somewhere else. That's not to say that the boys throughout the academy don't get exposed to competition. They will go into competitive environments where they'll do tours, tournaments, they'll play in Premier League Cups, and I suppose we will prepare them to perform well in those, but it's not an emphasis that we would put great attention or focus on. So I suppose if we consider it as a continuum from under 9s through to under 16s, there's very little emphasis on winning at the younger age group, so 9s to maybe 11s. It's more about exposing them to those competitive environments, getting to play against better opposition and giving them those development opportunities. And then as we progress through the academy, we use those opportunities, Premier League Cups, international tours and tournaments, and we go into those more prepared to compete, and then later on go in to compete and win. So there's a sliding continuum within, I say, Arsenal and within, say, the UK governance or the UK perspective on preparing players.
Okay.
So that's a slightly different take on what we've heard so far.
Very interesting. So it's clearly a long-term preparation for the competition.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you have to identify the right competitions at the right time and at the right frequency. You know, if we're competitive or we're looking to prepare players at under 11 to compete and win every week, I think you run the risk of selecting your strongest 11 and underdeveloping other players. I think you run the risk of early professionalisation or early specialisation, which can potentially lead to burnout and increased risk of injury. So I think there's multiple reasons why we do it, but yes, there's certainly a sort of a wider lens perspective for preparing them to have professional careers as opposed to winning on a weekly basis.
Thank you, Perry. Thank you very much. Rick, with US soccer, what is your perspective? Okay, maybe switch. Yes, Rick. Okay. So in the USA, how do you manage this competition approach, competition preparation?
So first of all, Rick Kost, high performance director, so a different perspective I think of all with overseeing the first team all the way up to the under 15s. When I thought about this topic, I didn't even know where to start because there's so much to prepare for all these teams, and I think what we have done at the moment is creating a player-first approach. So everything we are doing is based on that specific player within its team environment, which pretty much means that we have all these different age groups, including like the first team, in a similar approach, but with a different objective or a different view. So being in competition, obviously, for the first team towards the World Cup is a totally different approach than an under 15 player coming into camp. The USA is a very different country when it comes to the way the competition is set up, the way the players are being built up towards competition, but also how they play their competition. And the first thing we try to do is find the balance between standardization and not creating robots, because we want to have that game of soccer must be in your heart, must be there where you actually want to do it on the field. And next to that, we have to have a lot of trust in the clubs, because the people who are preparing our players typically are the coaches and the support staff in the clubs. So from a first team perspective, we try to be as transparent as possible. We try to share everything we have in camp, but also outside of camp. So if we do a testing battery, for instance, we share that with the player, we share that with the staff on the teams, in the hope that we build this relationship, that when we share it, we hope to get as much as possible information back from the clubs also. And I think we're doing a super good job in being really close to all the clubs. There's obviously a lot of staff members here who have direct contact.
So one of the first emphasis is the relationship with the club.
Relationship
full transparency.
Yeah, relationship, sharing, being as objective as possible, and have that player-centered approach. We have an amazing staff on the men team, but also in the whole high-performance staff with US Soccer, who are very capable of sharing like a common approach. That means there is pretty much no surprise in the way we handle players. So that's the next level in, we have this idea of every player who comes in needs to have either a learning, like a moment of learning, or goes out of camp where they have learned something new about our tactical or strategical plan. So the strategical plan is pretty much the third pillar in the whole situation. So it was super common in the USA to have a physical approach first, and then the more like the cognitive approach. So now we have more a sense of like periodization of the brain towards the game, because our tactical plan is a pretty young plan.
So you mean focus on game understanding?
Game understanding, but also what do you mean for American soccer?
Okay.
What is your position in the environment? What's your position moving forward? Our biggest goal is to make soccer preeminent in the USA. So that means we don't only want to influence the players coming into camp, but we also want to influence when they're outside of camp in their club environment. So it's a big task, but I think every player that comes in learns something about what US soccer means for them, but also what they mean for US soccer and what our strategical plan is. So to go back to my first stage of where to begin, I think we shifted from, yes, we want to have every individual player in competition as good as possible, but also a long-term approach of how can we influence all these individuals in the USA to make soccer even a bigger game and give a better understanding of what the game actually means.
Okay, so very interesting. Thank you, Rick. Tony. Hello. Yes. So from your perspective with the world's national team, can you let us know more about this preparation of the players and the team for the competition?
Yeah, I mean, Tony Stradwick, nice to meet you. Thanks for having me on. Pretty similar to Rick's role, really, in that I think when you're a head of performance at a national federation, it's about managing relationships, and key stakeholders around that are the clubs. So essentially, we loan the players. That's what it is, and we have to, from a federation perspective, we have to create the best environment for when the players come through the door. A nation like Wales, 3 million population. So for us, it's an incredible achievement to get to the World Cup. So we have to look for, because we haven't necessarily got the base of players to work from. We have to have a very kind of real structured approach to decision making, really focus on the environment and ensure that when we do make decisions on, our training template and our planification process and so on and so forth, that it's got to be sharp and informed. I think, having worked across different federations, the FAW is a really, really unique organisation. Culturally, the group of players have been together for most of them, 10, 15 years. So cap accumulation's been big. They're a very, very tight, very independent group, and with strong relationships. So, the staff have been there, so we have continuity of staff, we have continuity of playing staff. So that transition of players into that process has been made pretty fluid. They want to be on camp, and I think penultimately, when you are head of performance at a national federation, the most important thing is ensuring that players want to come back. And that's why, from a staff perspective, whose performance do we manage? Well, essentially it's the staff, ensuring that we have the right medical processes in place. We have a scientific approach to training and planning and ensuring that we do the right things in preparation for major tournaments. And then the other thing is just ensuring that there's a common communication and a common language between players, coaches, and staff or support staff. We're all on the same page length, and I think that's when we look about success factors or measures. What's good performance or what is high performance? That penultimately everybody would give you the same answer to the similar question, and I think that's kind of, and that can't be necessarily developed overnight. It's a long term, and the group. That's why I say it's quite unique, because I think you can go into any kind of environment in the world, but you have to deliver, and you have to deliver within the context of which you work in. There's been a kind of journey. The Wales journey it's about a long-term journey. Started from previous managers like Gary Speed and Chris Coleman, Ryan Giggs, Rob Page, and it's been a journey with these same players.
Yesterday, our director here in Aspire, Ivan Bravo, spoke about the opposition between the we and the I. And I feel exactly the same on what you say, that the idea is to build a common history in order to have a we, to have a common objective all together, and to feel the belonging between players and also with the staff. Yeah. So if I well understand, this is where you put first your emphasis,
sure.
Correct?
Sure.
Okay.
And I think the last thing that's really important, and I think Rick mentioned it, and I think Gio alluded to it as well, is that essentially we want players coming into a camp with rhythm. We don't always control that. So there are a lot of controllables that on camp, the planning beforehand has to be extensive, but we don't always, we can't always control when the players are coming in. A nation like Wales, we have Champions League players. We now have Gareth Bale that's coming across, so many different time zones into camp. We have League One players. We have Championship players. So we have a real diverse group. Mm-hmm. So we have to put together a plan. There has to be, you have to be agile in how you put that plan together, but essentially we have to use all the information to guide the coaching process, not drive it, guide it, and look for rhythm, ensuring that the players that we select and how we manage games and the turnover of games is look for rhythm, and that's objective and that's subjective. So our job is to marry the two and to give that information to the coach and support the coaching process.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tony. I would like to come back to you, Perry, in a more youth perspective. I think having a little bit of knowledge of your background, you have experience in multiple sports, correct? Soccer, tennis, fencing, track, martial art as well. And I would say that definitely in youth development, I totally believe that youth sportsmen need to have experience in multi-sports area. But staying focused on the preparation, maybe I would like to know, or maybe not, did you take something from all the sports that you have experienced that you can say that you need to see, whatever is the sport, there is some pillars that we can see in the preparation for the competition?
Yeah, it's quite a tough question to answer. My background was very sort of varied, so I'd worked with very young tennis players and fencers, so a very similar approach. It was very training focused, using competitions as a means to develop for the future. But I suppose one of the commonalities between the two roles that I've played is understanding the stakeholders that you're trying to please. So performance is all about satisfying stakeholder preferences and objectives. So, for example, I had a very young tennis player who was being coached, coached by a tennis coach, but managed by her mum. And the emphasis from a very early age was about competition and preparing for competition to play at 7, 8 years old. So as an individual strength and conditioning coach, I was asked to help prepare her for those competitions. So my job there was to, yes, develop over a longer period of time, but also prepare her for the big competitions that they'd identify throughout the year. So, you know, that's not how I would approach every player in that age bracket, but I think you need to understand, you know, what's the bigger plan, who's managing it, and who are you trying to satisfy for within that job role. If we looked at, say, the more, say, Olympic type sports that I'd worked with, they were in further education, preparing for camps, they were looking for funding, so competition was far more important. So they had to perform at certain events, and again, with each individual that I'd worked with, there were different stakeholders. So it might have been a parent, it might have been a physio, it might have been a performance director. So it's about, again, what, you know, the two guys next to me have said, it's building those relationships, understanding what the objectives are for that athlete, and then putting a development plan in place, but also identifying the important competitions throughout the year, and making sure that they are ready to perform within those, because there's a lot riding on that. There's a place at the Olympics, there's funding, there's points and qualifications to achieve. So, yeah, that would be...
Can we say that at the end, whatever is the sport, the main idea is maybe to have clear what is the objective. This is the starting point. Maybe, listening to you, have clear what is the objective in order to maybe define the strategy, correct?
Yeah, agreed. I think clarity in everything you do is key nowadays, because if you don't have a clarity of an objective for a particular athlete or team, then you don't know how to have a strategy to achieve it. So, so clarity on an objective, and that comes from various people depending on the teams and the individuals you're working with. Yeah. So again, you have to build relationships, multi-directional relationships at different levels to understand that. And then beyond that, you have to understand what your role is. Your roles and responsibilities are to help develop and help prepare them for whatever it is they're going into. And I think there's you know, one of the guys in the first half of this talked about removing your ego. You know, some athletes I played a bigger part in their preparation and development. Others I played a minimal part. But it's understanding what roles and responsibilities you possess within that person's journey. So I think, yeah, clarity on objective, clarity on roles and responsibilities, and clarity on the strategies you're using to achieve both of those things is really important.
Thank you very much, Perry. Thank you. Tony, I would like to come back to you. After a long career in club football, you are now involved in a national team process. So I repeat, still focused on the competition preparation. What were the main challenges that you faced managing a national team comparing to a club team?
Yeah, I think essentially it's around time, and I think that concept's come up a couple of times before, is that you have to maximise learning opportunities and contact time with the players when you're at an international level. So, you know, if I'm a fitness coach or I'm doing a warm-up and I'm taking 30 minutes of the session, the coach is only left with 45 minutes. So we've got to be creative in how we deliver what we need to deliver, and ensuring that, given that we haven't got much time, and we're going into the, you know, as Wales now, we're going into the World Cup, and after travel arrangements and planning and getting the group together, we've probably only got 6 training sessions between now and the first game of the World Cup, which is ironically against USA. So we haven't got much time. So the planning and preparation has to be really, really deliberate.
The main challenge is the time efficiency.
Time efficiency, absolutely. So, and that's where, you know, when you work at a national level, most of the time is in the planning, where at club level you're in delivery. I think this next World Cup is really, really unique, and Mr. Wenger mentioned it yesterday. And I'm really excited that I went to the Brazil World Cup with England in 2014, and we had a number of players that got to the back end of the season on 50, 60 games a year, which so there's a residual fatigue going in towards that tournament, and I hope that, you know, and a lot of the analysis that's taking place from FIFA in terms of injuries in this tournament and the quality of moments and so on and so forth. I'm hoping that it will establish that it's actually a good time of the year to have a major championship. And again, when we're talking, to come back to your question, is that realistically, the last 3 years have been unprecedented in world football. We've not really had a typical season, end of season, season, end of season. We've had COVID, we've had interruptions. Our Wales players went into sort of like the camp last year, and they were playing a game every 3 days over a 5-game stretch. So we had 5 games in circa 16-17, so it's play, rest, play, rest. So I think, as a learning curve going forward, this is a real unique opportunity, and I guess the challenges is that we have to maximise player performance and the support that goes around it. So the challenges are there, the challenges are set. In a club we know that there's fixture congestion, we know that the best players are going to be utilised more than others. The best players are always going to be overexposed, but it's interesting because there typically is a spike of injuries around that November period where Champions League players are getting more and more played. They're going to have a rest. It's going to be a different environment. So I think while it's a challenge, I think it's going to be an opportunity to really see something different.
Okay. Thank you very much. Rick, same. Looking for management of national team. You signed to the US Federation 1.5 years ago, if I'm correct. Maybe it's very short to have deep impact, but maybe not. I'm very interested to know what were the first things that you wanted to change or to modify in the approach of the competition preparation.
Everything? No. No. I am super fortunate coming into US soccer with on our men team going towards the World Cup and the women team having such a historical, successful team already to first observe for 4 to 6 months. I didn't change anything at all. The only thing I changed was I had the opportunity to work with peers amongst people from all over the world to really build a strong backbone for how to create better soccer players moving forward. So I did not change a thing in the first team on the men's side. What I did do is learn from what they're doing and bringing it down, dripping it down towards the younger teams so that they already have the advantage of the whole legwork that everyone did moving towards that World Cup, so that they can be more successful moving forward towards 2026 when the big thing happens in America, Canada, and Mexico. So obviously coming into an organization, you always want to change things. I think the biggest thing I would just want to change is get that approach of having one message, one vocabulary, understanding of the vocabulary internally, but also try to embrace everything that is good in the organization with creating these amazing contacts around the world, having these relationships with clubs, and even try to support our team moving forward. And I think I don't know if I'm doing a good job or not a good job, but I think the quality of someone that comes in is to first embrace and understand the environment, because I'm not the person that makes better soccer players. I'm just a person that can maybe shift from things that are good to make it better and make sure that the organization understands where we stand.
Okay, quite interesting to know that the idea is to have first, imagine here in Aspire we are working with 50 different countries, and you are telling me that in US soccer you want to have the same vocabulary, so all of you being part of the same country, but still this is something important for you to ensure that everyone understands each other from the first national team till the youth national team. Okay.
And sometimes the other way around, because I'm the only one overseeing all the teams, understanding what happened, what's good that happens in the under 15s, and it might be beneficial for it to use it in the first team. So it's definitely not that the first team is like the golden standard. Yes, they're the standard, but there are a lot of people in our environment who have great ideas that can prepare players even better, but we just don't know about it.
Everyone are part of this common approach.
Definitely, yeah.
Thank you. And maybe looking forward for the next World Cup. Obviously, we have a short period. Maybe you can answer also, Tony. Very short period. No, both of you. Where are you going to put your emphasis? I believe we'll have maybe now we have few weeks, and then you will have the player maybe only few days before the World Cup first game. Where are you going to put your emphasis in this short amount of time?
So there's a big shift.
Maybe one idea that...
Yeah, big shift, I think, in our situation, I think national team-wise, is from periodizing the physical part towards getting players ready. I think the clubs are playing so many games already that it's about recovery modalities. So what are you actually going to give the players as opportunities to recover better from game to game? Because in the first couple of games, we won't be able to get them physically more ready than they already have been with their club. So I think recovery is one of those items where we really put our emphasis on right now, and I think moving forward it's about getting all the pieces of data in and actually creating some kind of a direction where we can have influence of all the pieces of data that we collect, because right now there's so much data that we don't even know where we have influence on. And I think that's moving forward about all the pieces of data to come in way better, to actually choose those parameters that we have influence on moving towards 2026, that we can make a difference there.
Thank you, Ray. You want to add something, Tony?
Yeah, very similar to Rick, really. I mean, number one, we've got to be lucky in that we get all the players available that we need, and we can't control that. So number one priority is to liaise and collaborate with the clubs and players, but essentially that's out of our control. They belong to the club, and you know, particularly a lot of our players are playing a championship. They're going to be playing a lot of games between now and when we meet up. I think the other priority that we can control, and this is really, really important, is that we've got to make sure that we have a world-class environment when we arrive in Qatar. And you know, we've spent a lot of time and we've worked with with FIFA, and we're really, really happy with the environment that we have. And I think that's probably going to be the unique selling point for Wales, is going to be, you know, ensuring that we try to get some of our more influential players, number one, and secondly is that they have a wonderful environment and enjoy the World Cup experience, because for us it's, you know, we've not been there for nearly 60 years. So this is some level of achievement, and it's connecting the group with a purpose, having a cause and a connection with the Welsh people. I'm not Welsh myself, but I understand what it means to these players that have been together for so long. So that's going to be, you know, irrespective of the physical component, the actual having a cause and a purpose, that this group come together and ensuring that they have a wonderful World Cup experience is going to be the priority. And arguably that could be the unique selling point for us as a federation.
Thank you very much. I would like to use the few minutes that we have more to allow all of you, if you have questions, to have the chance to take this opportunity to ask a question to Perry, Rick, or Tony. Do you have a question? Do you want to take this opportunity? Someone? So I will give you 1 or 2 minutes to prepare yourself to take this opportunity, and I will add one question. Until now, we spoke, but not deeper, about maybe it's not the right word, but mental preparation, maybe team building, or let's say the psychological dimension. How do you integrate this dimension that obviously you spoke about the group. Obviously something, if you want to go, I believe, far in the competition, as you say also, Rick, you spoke about what it means to play for US soccer. How do you integrate this this aspect in the mental preparation? Also for you, Perry, how it's important for you, this aspect?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start that and I'll give it to Perry. It's an integrated approach, right? So what you're talking about is managing all the areas, whether it be technical, tactical, physical, psychological, the social piece around that. So, you know, we will have a staff, and I think one of the things that you've noticed over the last 20 years in at all levels of football has been the exponential growth in staff and support. So, you know, people are looking at different areas, and it's now somebody's responsibility to ensure that we create the right environment with downtime and planning, and like Rick said, around, you know, how you cycle information into the players. So that will be the role of the analyst, that will be the role of, you know, the psychologist in ensuring that you don't, you know, overload with information, but it's delivered at the right time to get the maximum effect. So that it comes back down to a multidisciplinary approach, an MDT approach to decision making, and utilising all the staff and the expertise you have within that staff.
I'll follow that then. I suppose when you're working with multiple age groups, as these guys do at the federations, I think a shared understanding of the teams or the organisation's values is really important. So a lot of clubs, organisations have values, but what are the behaviours that are expected that exhibit those types of behaviours? So I think if you're very clear, you have that shared understanding and clarity on what the values and behaviours are, then I think that you're going to create a culture, because a culture is built on people's behaviours and attitudes, and that's ultimately down to the values of the club. And now, you know, that's driven from within as well. So, you know, they're obviously, you know, typically set from the hierarchy, but then it's for those guys as well to sort of reiterate sort of what that looks like as well. So yeah, very similar along the lines. And when we consider the multidisciplinary team that Tony spoke about, you know, we all come from very sort of functionally diverse backgrounds with our different perspectives, and everyone wants a piece of the pie. So again, going back to the clarity of objectives and roles and responsibilities, and understanding those values, then I think you can create a sort of very effective culture.
Thank you. Rick, do you want to add something?
I think pretty much everything has been said, but maybe one thing to add to everything is that we always should be aware that the head coach is pretty much the person that makes the decisions. So if it comes to performance staff, medical staff, analytical staff, we want to give 1 million items, 1 million tools for that coach. But if he doesn't understand those tools, they either are going to be used wrong or maybe on the wrong moment. So I think the big thing here is try to get the right information to the coach, make him understand procedures, make him understand when and what would be the right moment to actually have influence on players in preparing them better towards competition. But eventually it's the coach who needs to understand the procedure. And I think that's where typically it goes wrong, is that the coach just understands the tip of the iceberg, and we tend to understand the whole bottom part, and we don't translate it in the right way. And that might be why the moment of influencing players with mental training or with physical training is wrong. So I think that's, for me, the final addition to is educating coaches, but they're the ones who are making the decision. So if they're it's not clear, the end result will not be good enough.
Thank you. Any question? Yes? Okay, please. So good, 2 minutes to prepare yourself, not for the competition, but for the question. Okay.
So this question would be for Rick or Tony. Tony, of course, I know, and the work that he does. It's just about the preparation work for the players in the squad, and what you want is a squad that are playing regular right up until the World Cup. But obviously there will be players in the squad that maybe are not getting much play time at their clubs. So it's just whether you're able to do any preparation work before the World Cup with those individual players, not physically, but obviously the communication with the clubs and the players and their preparation coming into the World Cup, not having so much play time leading into it.
Yeah, I mean, good to see you, Chris. On our last camp, we had 5 of our potential starters that were out for injury and that hadn't been playing. So they came down to to visit the training centre, and there's close collaboration between physiotherapist and club. It's a difficult one, Chris, because if we've got players that are playing at clubs and they're not accumulating playing time and they're not in that rhythm that we spoke about, because we want everybody to come in the right moment with the right rhythm, and that's ensuring that they're not overcooked and they're not undercooked. The big challenge, Chris, is going to be, how can we, ensure that the players are doing the work in the clubs. Now, in the last 4 weeks leading up, there'll be greater collaboration between myself and the fitness coaches at the clubs. But essentially, I can't tell them what to do. We can advise, we can kind of link up with the players, but it's also a delicate one in that we have to manage that relationship. The flip side of it, Chris, is we've only got 6 days. We get together, we've got 6 training sessions. One of them will be a match day +2, one will be a -1. So we haven't got much time to really get to them. And I think where in previous World Cups you could maybe train a bit, if a player is a bit undercooked towards the back end of the season, you can train into the tournament. Our biggest thing really is going to be picking that team, that selection. Is that the head coach is going to be happy with it against USA on game day 1, but making sure that we select the players that are in that moment, and that might be some big calls, and that's going to be, do we rest one of the big hitters because they've not been playing, and so on and so forth. So that's going to be a challenge. But as with anything, communicate with the individual players, the clubs, and ensure that we do the right thing, and that we advise, and we can advise but not tell. But it's a challenge.
No, I echo literally what you say, in the sense of it might be a battle between who is capable of having the better players with maybe less minutes, or players who you think are not your first squad but having more players. Like, what will the decision be? And obviously we try to support our players with having better relationship, better contacts with their clubs, and maybe advising them, but we cannot say, we miss 1,000 high-speed running meters, so add another 1,000 on top of your loading plan. So we cannot do that, but we do have a sense of how our players come in, and then it's up to a collaborative approach with the medical team and the head coach and the performance team as who is more ready and what is the best combination of players. And that's, I think, is going to be the ingredients of the soup. We all get the same ingredients, but the soup, the taste will be completely different in the end. So, very exciting.
Thank you. Yes, one more question.
Hi, good morning.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. I'm Salman Surti. I'm based in Qatar. I'm part of Qatar Sports Tech. So my question is more from sports technology. Firstly, Perry, nice to see you, fellow Gooner here. So my question is, what role does sports technologies play in helping you reach the goal that you want to with your athletes? There are so many technologies out there, so many innovations out there that help with athlete performances, their medical, their health analytics. So how much do you adapt it? How much do you use it? And how far do they go in helping you in reaching your goals with these athletes?
Well, good to hear. We've got another Gooner in the crowd. I mean, technology for me has become, over the last decade, has become so efficient. So the use of force plates, for example, used to be very clunky, very laborious, and now it's Bluetooth, it's on an iPad, you've got it in seconds. But I think what we've done is we've fallen into a trap of technology's become efficient, so we'll just stack it on top of each other. So whereas we spent lots of time collecting data on one aspect of monitoring or external load or whatever it may be, we now go, well, it's really efficient, and we can afford the technology, so we'll just stack it on top of each other. And I think unless you've got a purpose or a strategy around the implementation of the technology, then I think we're in danger of going too technological. We're relying on data that hasn't necessarily been validated, or that it's not necessarily reliable. It doesn't necessarily give us the information we think it gives us. So I think we've gone from no technology to the most technology we've ever had available to us, and those that are lucky enough to have the resources, we employ this technology, but I still think we're in an area of not fully understanding its value and its implementation. So I suppose to answer your question, we do use it, and we use it to monitor external and internal loads. We'll use it to monitor sort of neuromuscular fatigue on certain days, and we'll use various tests. But again, I'll be honest and say that, you know, we're currently evaluating what we use and why we use it. And I think that you need to do that, and you need to cycle that through everything you're using. What's the purpose? What's its value? What's its sensitivity to what you think it's measuring? So I think it plays a role, technology, but I think we're over-reliant on it at the moment, would be my take.
Any thoughts from Rick and Tony?
Yeah, so one of the things we try to do is try to make impact with whatever piece of data of technology you get in-house. So you tend to think, hey, I read a paper and it's a super good technology, so now we need to adapt it to our environment, while I believe that every piece of technology you use, you need to have influence on the actual result. So it needs to show that it's something on top of what we already have, which means that you probably have to do internal research about it first before you really adapt it. So we have this separate piece or part in the organization where we first check whether or not it's actually useful, or is it useful for one team. We have a women and a men team, men's side. So is it useful for one side or not? And once it's all crystalled out, that's when we say, all right, this might be something we bring towards the teams and towards the coaches, because it might be influential or it might help. If you would do it throw it in the pool in the beginning, you probably drown in all technologies, because they're all affordable nowadays. Nothing is extremely expensive, except if you go to the extremes, and everyone's using it. So, and everyone knows everything about it because it's there. You know, you can read it. You open a newspaper and you read pretty much what recovery is about. So, the way you are able to really adapt that piece that has influence on the end result, I think that's where you're going to make a difference with technology. But yeah, speak to all our coaches and say, yeah, we didn't use it and we were the best in the world. So,
I mean, the guys have said it really. I think that the treadmill continues to move in elite sport. It will, and we've got to be sort of upgraded into new ways of technology. I think the only thing to add is that you have a process in place where you strip out what's useful, what's not useful. I think the final piece, the most important thing, is around the end user, which is the coach or us. And it's about how you make smart decisions, and you don't necessarily rely on technology to make a decision. It guides the process. It's like you following Waze in a car or GPS in a ar. You're still the driver. You don't rely on a computer to drive your car, and I think that's really, really important from a coach's process, is understand the dashboard, but still you're the one in the driving seat, and don't rely necessarily on the technology to make decisions that that high quality coaches can make.
Thank you very much. It's time to end our game. I would like to try to summarize what I took from my side. I hope you took many messages from my side. I would say that I took the idea to create, to build a belonging and trust inside with the players, with the staff, but also with the clubs, if we speak about national team. Also to build also a common approach through all the person working in the team, but also in the institution, and also to have clear value and to have a clear objective before preparing the periodization. Thank you very much. I spent a very good time with you, and see you later. Thank you, Perry. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Hey, Tony, you might not be Welsh, but that dragon on your chest, eh? How's that? Fantastic. Okay, we're going to take a coffee break now, just for 30 minutes. But make sure you're back promptly as we meet a World Cup winner, a FIFA World Cup winner, coming next on the 8th edition of the Aspire Academy Global Summit in collaboration with FIFA. Yuri's having this one. You me? Yes. Yuri's having. Yes. Aspire Fellows, sports leaders, distinguished guests, if you'd like to make your way back, please, into the main arena for our next Star Chat, where we meet a World Cup winner.
Nabil.
Please, could you make your way back to your seats in the main arena, please? Thank you. battery low. That battery's low, I think.
Test.
You want? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Aspire Fellows, sports leaders, and distinguished guests. If you can please make your way to your seats so we can get the next session underway. Welcome back. I hope you're suitably refreshed. This edition of the Aspire Academy Global Summit is, of course, in collaboration with FIFA. And therefore, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our next guest, who is a FIFA World Cup winner. He enjoyed a 22-year professional playing career in Italy, Germany, France, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. Please welcome Yuri Djorkaeff. What a great pleasure it is to have you here, Yuri, and we saw some lovely images, and I could see your mind going back in time. 24 years ago, you did something that every single person who plays football, has been involved in football, wants to do. You lifted the FIFA World Cup trophy. Are those images, are some of those moments, like the corner to Zidane, still fresh in your memory?
Yes, thank you. First, hello everybody. Before to start talking about, of course, the Graal, the World Cup, the final, everything that we can describe it, there was a very interesting goal. I don't know if you watch all the goals. There's one with my shirt, AS Monaco, You know, when I was playing at Monaco, this game it was against Martigues, and I was running with the ball, and I was running with the ball, and I heard someone saying, pass the ball, give the ball. I said, who was talking to me? It was my coach, Arsène Wenger, asking me to pass to a different player. But he knew at the end that I will score, you know. Sometimes he was yelling after me, but today I'm happy that I'm close to him, working very closely to him, and that Arsène is in charge of the global football at FIFA.
It's fantastic. It's lovely to see that relationship.
Yes.
And I saw it when I walked in.
It was not the same in the locker room, trust me.
But being as you've brought it up, what influence did Arsène Wenger have on your football at Monaco?
To make me run. No, yeah, Arsène, not easy. No. What he brings to me, and I think what he brings to football is that a game, it's a long journey. A game, it's a long journey, and you have to use it all your quality and your default to succeed. It's not just about quality, and I remember, because at this time I was one of the toughest scorers in France. And it was more working on my default, on my what I have to adjust it, and I think it brings me at different stage about thinking about a global about the football. What is a player? What the player have to do every day to be better, and this is I think the quality of Arsène Wenger is to put you at your best.
And joking aside, you saying he made me run in Monaco, you went from Monaco then to
Paris Saint-Germain.
Paris Saint-Germain.
Yes.
Were you the fittest, fastest man in Paris Saint-Germain when you arrived? Were you a better player when you arrived?
In France, not in Paris Saint-Germain. No. I mean when. I'm starting very, very young, and you know, when you have one quality at 15, 16, your coach don't need to ask you to do things that you don't need to do. They're just waiting for you to score the final goal, to deliver the good passage, the pass, and from 15, I started to play 16 in second division. At 18, I was captain of my team gone up in second division. When I moved to Monaco, I was 21. I already 5 years playing in second division. 5 years to be one of youngest talented. But when I arrived with Arsène in Monaco, I have to work and do my basic. And this was difficult, but it was good because we never fight. He always teach me in a good way. I always learn it and listen. I think it was important for me to listen.
And you carried on listening, and it took you to the pinnacle,
yeah,
as we saw there, of winning the FIFA World Cup. And getting back to those images, it's
yes,
like you do it. I can see the smile on your face. You see them. Are they still fresh in your memory?
Every morning, every night, every morning, you wake up as a World Cup winner, and you sleep with this amazing dream to touch the World Cup. And you know, I think I'm 54. I'm born in '68. My first images of the World Cup was '74. What I remember about '74, it was all the ceremony inauguration with all this ball opening, a ball, you know, with the show, and after we have '78 with all the paper in Argentina, you know, and all the time this guy carrying the World Cup and all the teammates around him, and I did something when I was 12. I did a redaction essay, you know. And I write it when I was at school and say, oh, one day I will become professional, one day I will play for the World Cup, I will won the World Cup, and after I will play in US, you know. And when I won the World Cup, I was 30. And I think it was a good age to win the World Cup because you already achieved many things in your life, and it's a Graal. And the day when I won, the week after, I received a letter, and it was my redaction. It was my essay. Keep it from my teacher when I was 12, and she sent it to me, and she said, I felt something in your determination to achieve what you did. And the World Cup is not just, is not for us, for player, and for a country. It's not just a single tournament for 1 month. It's a life achievement. And it's starting by a dream. It's still a dream, but what I like in watching these images is realizing the work that you did before, realizing all the session, difficult moments that we had on field, on training, every details that you bring you at this level. This, for me, is the best. You know, I have the cup, the replica in my place, and I was not sure to put it in a vitrine. I said, okay, every day, you know, I'm here. Why I will put in a vitrine? And after I say, yes, I should. The World Cup should have a special place because every time I'm watching the cup, I'm thinking about my teammate, my coach, my tough time in some club, my good time, my worry, my thought about do one day I will be able to play national team or many things that at the end is good to remember because it keeps your feet on the ground.
It's such a lovely story, that, and you say it's more than just for the teams and the coaches and the players. There will be millions of 12-year-olds in 47 days' time doing exactly what you did.
Yes, and this is the beauty of football. We grew up with 82, 86 generation. Michel, Platini, Gires, Tigana, Le Carré Magique. And we really suffered to have this failure all the time in semi-final. But we grew up with this hunger to not to do better. We don't want to do better, but to do more. And in '96 we played the Euro, and we were not ready to win. We didn't have in France coaches or even organization to prepare us to win a major tournament. It was just let's prepare to play, you know. And today is different. Is let's prepare to win. This is a big difference, and we did it in '98. We won the World Cup. In 2000, the Euro. But in the meantime, we create a new generation. All these young players who won the World Cup in 2018, they grow up watching us playing, and I think this is very important because now, in the DNA of the French player, we got the victory.
So it is just around the corner. We keep mentioning 47 days away now until it starts here in Qatar. How do you feel? Now you're involved with FIFA now, but now you're not a player, you're not a coach, but we're still about to experience something very special.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan now.
I'm a fan, of course.
So how do you feel about that, and how do you feel it will play out here in Qatar?
Very exciting. I mean, like everybody, I'm just. I want to start. You know, I want to be at the first game and to let football speaking, because today there is so many things around this World Cup. But it's normal because the attention of the world will be on the 32 team, and there's a lot of expectation. But I think what we should keep it in mind and talking to the people, what is the most important? It's a football tournament. It's a football tournament. And we should speak about football, and I wish that the first game is starting to speak about football.
That leads us nicely then to what standard of football you expect to see, based on the fact that it's a mid-season tournament. Players are not as mentally and physically tired. We're mid-season. What are we expecting? What are you expecting as the fan?
As a fan, a tough tournament. Quality of the player, quality of the top player will be at the maximum. Quality of preparation, physical preparation, quality of every detail, and I think this is really important. There's no supremacy. I was watching Brazil, Tunisia. Yes, Brazil was amazing, but you know, as soon as the tournament starting, it's a different story. And in the meantime, all the team, they don't have so much time for the preparation. And I want to say something about preparation. Preparation is good and bad. Most of the time, you're losing player during the preparation because the pressure starting to be growing, and you have some good player from club or from Europe who joins the national team, and during the preparation, you're losing this player, and you can feel it. As a player inside the group, you feel it that the player who are the top scorer or the best player in this club, when the preparation for the World Cup is arriving, is totally different. And in the meantime, for coaches and for the player, you don't have so many time to prepare it for a long ride, because the World Cup is a long ride.
So you're the fan now. What if you were the player now, and there'd be players in this tournament playing in their first World Cup, some playing in maybe their second or even third? What would you be thinking of now, at this moment, this close to a FIFA World Cup, as a player?
I will be honest. I will not thinking. I'm waiting all my life to play a tournament like this. I will thinking about nothing, just to play. You know, I will be ready. I will not thinking I am ready, I'm not ready, I am fit, I'm not fit. No, yes, of course, I will be all this thing, because the World Cup is not just arriving. I know where it's starting from a long time, and I will be ready to be at the moment fit and in a good mental positive.
It's tougher though these days, isn't it, with so much social media, and you're seeing it. A lot of the players now, of course, are still taking part in their own domestic leagues.
Yes.
Is that helpful to them as they prepare for the World Cup?
For some, yes. If I can, I was watching Neymar playing for PSG and Brazil. He's on the top of his form, and like he was not before. And I think this is good for him. And I think most of the players are understanding that this is a special World Cup. It's coming in the middle of the season, but they all ready. You can watching all the top players. They're ready to make it a special World Cup.
It's interesting you say that, because Emmanuel Perez in the round table chat just before was talking about with the different head of performance and things on the preparation of the player, and certainly maybe a more advanced player, an older player, how and when you use them, how you recover them for the tournament.
This is it will be maybe we're talking about star, we're talking about team, but it will be as well a World Cup for our coaches, because for the first time they were expecting, of course, coaches expecting more time with the team, more time to build the team, more. But in this occasion, they will not have all the things that they're expecting. But the coaches, it will be really important. Should I bring 26 players? Should I bring 23? What kind of team I will present it for the first game, for the second game? It's very short. And more game you play, more tough is on the pressure. More tough is it inside the group. The group is starting to have pressure between players as well. And I think what will be important is not just the coaches, because we realized during the Euro in 2021, we realized that the coaches and the staff become very important.
Forgive me for being a little bit selfish, but being Welsh.
Yes.
We are in a World Cup for the first time in 64 years. It's the first time I've brought this
Welcome.
up. Thank you. It feels great and it hasn't started yet. But I was listening to Tony earlier, and of course one of our star players is Gareth Bale. And okay, maybe he's not the Gareth Bale of 5 years ago, but he's still an exceptional player. Will Rob Page look at a player like that? Does he start a player like that? Do you start with your best player? Or do you bring him on as Jill Ellis said, a game changer?
The most important is the first game. The first game of the tournament is the most important. You can do whatever you want, is to win the first game. Even if it's to play like crap, even if it's the worst game ever, you must win the first game. And the first game gives you the rhythm, the tempo, the confidence to make some change on the second game and to give it the push for the tournament.
So that is your experience as well?
Yes.
The emphasis on win at all costs.
Yes.
Just win the game.
Yes. No, really, I had the privilege and the chance to have 2 World Cup, one 98 and one 2002. 2 different World Cup. One we won, and the second one we left after 3 games. We were scoring 1 goal and winning 1 goal, 1 game. But I realized that it's not. It was normal because the preparation on the second tournament in 2002 was really bad, and we starting very badly against opening game against Senegal, and after the dynamic of the team was not here anymore.
Very different from the tournaments the 2 you played in, of course, this is a compact World Cup. So if you do win the first game, you maybe don't have to travel so far. Well, you won't be having to travel because everything is so close. Will this be beneficial? Will it create more pressure?
Good pressure. Good pressure because you will feel it. Crowd of the different fans around your area. You will see the reality of a tournament. You're not outside and living in a bubble, and sometimes living in a bubble is good, but you're losing some kind of reality that is a World Cup. The World Cup is a difficult exercise where you should take care of everything. The bad crowd, the good crowd, the pressure of the media because we'll have it, the pressure of your team, and I think it's, as a player, you're not here to think about location, hotel, big room service, whatever. You're here to play, and you have to focus on that. Don't lose your energy on different topic. Just be focused on playing. Which adversary, which team I'm going to play next game.
It's interesting because you won the World Cup in France, home soil, Qatar, are about to play on home soil. It's their first World Cup. And you're talking about the impact of the supporters, the fans, on the home team, the home nation. A good pressure and a bad pressure.
In '98, we have the bad pressure from the journalists and the good pressure from the fans. But you know, we're lucky in football business because every 3 days we're playing. Every 3 days we have a different game, and it could be a disaster game, and the bad pressure is coming. The 3 days after, you play very well, and suddenly you become the hero. I think for Qatar it will be a fantastic experience because first time they hosted first time in the Middle East and Peninsula Arabic, a major tournament in football, and they have nothing to lose. And they play against Ecuador, and it will be a very interesting game. And Qatar they should only play. Give enthusiasm. People, they will follow you.
And it's a unique opportunity. What Qatar have done, of course, is to come together as a group and prepare specifically for a tournament, the FIFA World Cup.
Yes.
Is this something we don't know? Will it work? Won't it work?
It should work. It should work because when you put so much effort in your preparation, in your team, in everything, it should work. But the science of football is not exactly science, and it will be interesting that the first game is between these two countries. You know,
football's developed a lot. Developed since you won the FIFA World Cup. How different will it be, what we see, from what we saw in, for example, 1998? Here we are with the developments of training methodology, the developments of technology on the field of play as well.
Yes. Yes, very interesting, the development of football, you know, and in a good way. Today, let's say that the player have so many things at his disposition in terms of nutrition, technique, physically, mentally, and this is very important if you want to improve. But at the end, what I really like and this is so important, but sometimes there's not so many players who really use it. Is your responsibility of the player, not of the referee, not of the VAR, not of the coaches, of the player. At what moment I take my responsibility and I use it? Because if my coach put me on the field, it's because he trusts me, he believes in me. And I'm going to tell you a story, a short one. It was on the video. Zidane's second goal with the head. He scored the first goal from a corner kick on the right side. Donc, Emmanuel Petit shoot the corner. Zinedine Zidane scores the goal. 1-0 for France. Second corner, normally on the left side, right shooter is Zinedine Zidane who picked the corner. During all the tournament, he picked the corner. And I went to him and said, no, I take it. You already scored 1 goal with the head. But this is my responsibility. Normally on the board is writing Zidane corner and Yuri on the up to the 18 meters and waiting for the ball. If he's arriving, I can shoot it. I said, no, let me take the ball and kick the corner. We could have a contre-attack and some of the Brazilians score the goal. And it could be 1-1. I shoot the corner, Zidane put his head, and it's 2-0. This is responsibility of the player. This is my responsibility because I felt at this moment, because I have the trust of the coach as well, but I felt at this moment it's better if I kick the corner than Zidane because he's already scored. And sometimes today in the modern football, let's call modern football, there's less responsibility of the player because they scare or because they're waiting for the coaches that saying things. But I think I want more responsibility about the player on the field. At the field it's a different story, but on the field I want things that bring something on the game.
That depends on a real close-knit group as well, though, and good team spirit, which is what you had in '98.
Yes.
You know, you've told Zidane, leave it out, I'm taking the corner. It's Zinedine Zidane. I mean, I know it's Yuri Djorkaeff, you know.
Yes, yeah, but you know, it's what is the most important when you are. I love character player. I love player with strong character. It's always easy to play with this kind of player than player who are not sure about it, you know, always trying to think about it, and at the end they go nowhere. I like strong people who can argue, talk, and you know why? Because they always the main focus of all these players is to win. Is to win. I like you, I don't like you, I don't care, I want to win. And I know that with you I will win. And that's it. And I think sometimes we're trying to make some romance, trying to make some story, but the reality of the game is to win the game. And to have the best player on the field play together to win this game.
Does the current French team have that recipe?
Are you talking to me or someone else?
I'm talking to you.
It's I would say the good thing is Didier Deschamps is a master of bringing things that from outside it would not be possible. And he already faced different story before he was with Karim Benzema and Valbuena. Now you have some story with Pogba and Mbappé or not Mbappé, whatever. But I think the power of Didier is he know when he is alone with his player is still behind or with him. And this is the most important. Whatever succeeded outside the locker room is something different. You know, the federation is in difficulty in France, but he told me, I spoke with him, we were at the game together, and said, you know, inside the group is still good, and this is the most important.
Are there other nations you feel will have a big impact on this FIFA World Cup, aside from France?
Yeah, France will be possible winner of the World Cup as Argentina or Brazil. But I think it would not be easy as we're thinking for this big team. You know, we can have some surprises and because like we say in November, December, all the team are well prepared. All the team are ready to do something. It's not before the World Cup where you know at the end Brazil, France, Argentina, or Germany. No, you have more team who can have a you know not a chance, but to play a role, to play a card.
It's interesting, in your career, as I mentioned in the introduction, you've played in many countries, so you can always have a little eye on one of the countries you've played, yes. Whether it's England, France,
US,
or United States.
Yeah, US or Germany as well. I mean, the football at this level and is starting to be at very, very high level. Before we were talking about 5-6 countries capable to win the World Cup. And today, I think these six countries, but you can put it 2 or 3 more countries who are able, we are in terms of coaching, in terms of preparation, in terms of talented player, ready to win the World Cup.
It's lovely talking to you because you're so passionate about the game.
Am, of course.
But you're also...
I'm working at FIFA, of course I'm passionate.
Well, yes, but you're very, very passionate about the FIFA World Cup too. What does the FIFA World Cup mean to you?
I think the first thing that we are proud of is always to have an angle, and I know that sometimes it's difficult, but always to have an angle for the player, for the football, you know, and this is important. We are lucky to have a president, Gianni Infantino, who love the player, who love the game, who love the football. And I think what is very important is to keep in mind that the World Cup playing in Qatar or tomorrow in US, Mexico, Canada, he have to be all the time for the beauty of the game. And is what we're trying to do at FIFA.
Thank you.
Merci.
Yuri Djurgiev.
Merci, merci.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Please, could I call on Munira Al-Abdullah, the Director of Finance, there she is, to come up and present you with an award. Yuri Djurgiev, thank you so much.
Merci, merci. Merci, merci. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yuri Djurgiev. Merci. FIFA World Cup winner, 1998. Fantastic. Right, we're moving straight on to another roundtable chat. The chairs come on. Thank you, Yuri. That was really lovely. Wonderful memories as well. And I've just realised we're the same age, born in 1968. What a great year. Okay, the subject of the roundtable chat now is optimizing the recovery strategies. It's been mentioned in the chats today so far, but leading the roundtable discussion, please welcome Marco Cardinale.
Well, last workshop of the summit, of course, very topical, recovery. We will have to recover after 2 very intense days of exchanging knowledge. But recovery is becoming a very important topic for the modern football player. A lot of competitions, a lot of games, international travel, long tournaments requires appropriate recovery strategies. But also we will need to discuss how these recovery strategies can impact on the development of young players. So I will have a number of experts here, and we will discuss all these aspects, what is implemented into clubs and national teams at the moment. We will try to identify what technologies are of use, what technologies are implemented, what clubs and national teams want to use. But also one of the things we will try to explore is a very important aspect, which is how do we recover mentally from high level of competitions? And the little surprise, we might discuss about support staff and coaching staff too. So I would like to start the first half, calling on stage Enrique Jimenez from the Mexican Football Federation. From AS Roma, Maurizio Fanchini. From River Plate, Mariela Aranjo. this is a very exciting group because we will have very diverse experiences and things we can hear about. I would like to start with you, Enric. National team, Mexico, your players play different distances, lots of travels involved in competitions. Please tell us about yourself, what you do for the Mexican Federation first, and how do you implement your recovery strategies?
Hi, thanks first of all to everyone here. Thanks for welcoming us. It's an incredible event. We are so pleased to be here. Yeah, so this is my third year as a coordinator of sports science area in the national team. It means all the strength and conditionings and all the sports sciences and all the analysts there in performance thing. Well, I think that for recovery things, Rick from the US soccer touched one of the most important things, that was the communication with the clubs. So we understand what we have in our team. When I mean in our team, I mean our players. But apart from that, the things that depend on us, one of the things that gives us the more details or wherever we need to adapt, it's what you said, traveling. Understanding what's traveling, understanding what the players need to adapt to the time zones, what need to do. So, different things we do. First of all, understanding the context. What I mean? Understanding the context means having some kind of agreements with universities so we can research and understand how the context is in terms of how they need to recover, adapt when you have only 24 hours, for example, or what it needs to adapt when you are living in more than 2,000 meters, like the Mexico City is, or all that kind of things. Two, it would be understand the difference in between the teams, the high performance teams, what they need. They need to individualize everything as the most you can. For example, individualizing, understanding what's their thermography profile, so differentiating when they need when they need cold baths, or when they need auto massage, wherever they need. And with the other categories, I mean the under 17s, under 15s, under 16s, our main focus is on educating them. So educating them means teaching them to understand what's the pain threshold, what it needs to recover when it's an injury. It means teach them to learn how to breathe, how to relax, how to recover, as you were saying, mentally. Teaching them also means making them understand different kind of strategies and when they need to using. For example, massage, auto massage, foam rolling, everything. So teaching them would be our main focus. And for closing all this, it's how we do that when we are in the States, how we do that when we travel to Europe, how we do that when we travel to Japan, because something that we usually say is we don't have the players. Well, that's not that right. In average, in a year that we have a big competition, sometimes we have the players for 80 or 100 days per year. I think we can do things. It's not a big thing, but we can do things in 80 years. So how can we do all these things we are saying? Traveling to Japan or doing this in the US. So all these contexts, trying to adapt it, as I said, to the different ages, different categories, different genders, wherever it needs.
Thanks for the very comprehensive overview. We will touch on different items as well in the next few questions. Next, Mauricio, I would like you to, of course, introduce yourself first, but you need to tell us how you did it, because last year, AS Roma played 55 matches, official matches, 9 friendlies, but the most important one was the one in May, was the last one that you played. So we want to know about you, of course, and most of all, how do you manage to get to the last match in shape to win it?
Thank you for the easy question. No, my position in the club is director of sport science, and what I can do, I can try to help people working there, so medical area, fitness coaches, or the performance department, to make decision about what they do and to control what they are doing. So providing them data, collecting data, and providing them information and interpretation of what the data are. About all the topics, so recovery strategies, for example, and other things. In addition, we try to have an evidence-based approach, so we try to track the information, the high-quality information coming from the scientific literature about every kind of topic. So I finished. I don't want to answer the other question.
You don't want to answer the other
no.
one.
The other
What do you
easy.
implement in the club?
Was a particular season, because we have a lot of matches, but it's the same that every club have in this kind of level, so it's not different compared to the other clubs that arrive in the final or that arrive in the final of the European League or the Champions League. I think that was something more related with a psychological aspect than the physical or technical aspect, because the last months we perceive that the group is that we can do. So it's something that we can do. We arrived them with, I think, 99% of the players are able to play. One guy, unfortunately, had an injury, a re-injury during the match, but it's something that has been taken account. As we were going with the final stage of the competition, we can find also in the players something that are more compliant with all the things. So not only for the training, but also for recovery strategies or these kind of things. So it's something that grow, day by day.
Good to see the evolution, and it worked clearly, because you brought a trophy in Rome after many years. So
yeah,
well
this
done.
one is unbelievable, but it's probably not just because of this.
many reasons, of course. Mariella, River Plate, incredible club, massive history. You play a very complex season, because you play in Liga Profesional, Copa Libertadores, Copa Argentina, Copa de Campeones. You have all these competitions scattered around the continent, lots of travel involved. How do you manage recovery there?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Voy a hablar en español. Y bueno, nosotros dentro del club ingresamos con Marcelo Gallardo en el año 2014 y instalamos por primera vez el área de neurociencia. Y yo estoy a cargo de lo que es la coordinación de performance de neurociencia, porque me dedico al alto rendimiento deportivo. Y entonces intentamos bajar al campo todo lo que la neurociencia desde la teoría nos brinda para poder implementar dentro del campo de juego un alto rendimiento, ¿no? O el mayor rendimiento posible del deportista. Entonces abordamos diferentes aspectos, ¿no? Uno es el entrenamiento de habilidades perceptivo-cognitivas, para tratar de desarrollar un juego más rápido, un juego de un rendimiento efectivo. Y también implementamos estrategias de recuperación en cuanto a... Yo lo tomé más desde el lado de la carga de trabajo con respecto al estrés del partido o de la carga de entrenamiento o tantas competencias, como bien vos decías recién, que generan un montón de tiempos donde el deportista está en el club entrenando o concentra, porque antes de la competencia se tiene que quedar en un lugar durmiendo y después tiene que viajar. Entonces ese estrés generado tanto por la competencia como por la carga intensa de trabajo hace que realmente el deportista se sienta agobiado, y entonces desde ahí nosotros implementamos diferentes técnicas. Aplicamos el yoga, por ejemplo, con todas las técnicas que nos brinda respecto a la meditación y la relajación, o lo que es las técnicas de respiración y la realización de posturas también. Y después abordamos también el tema del sueño como un factor importante de recuperación. lo hacemos todo desde una parte práctica y también desde una parte teórica, basándonos en lo que sería la educación de estos conceptos, ¿no? Porque es importante que el deportista, además de hacerlo, lo comprenda, ¿no? Porque tiene que saber de qué se trata lo que hace, para qué y por qué lo hace, y a su vez el hacerlo le va a permitir a él aprenderlo, ¿no? Y tomar la herramienta para sí mismo, y a partir de ahí, bueno, en la repetición va a lograr establecer un hábito y bueno, y tener los beneficios de esas prácticas.
Excellent, gracias.
De nada.
Very interesting. You talked about how you link things to training load and you try to identify the right strategies, but also you're looking at the basics like sleeping and all these kind of aspects. I would like to know from all of you, and we'll start from Enric here, how do you link the information you have about training load and competition load to the choice you make in terms of recovery strategies? How do you do that?
Okay, so first of all, as I told you, or we try to differentiate depending on the objective of the category. So if we focus on the older ones, so on the performance ones, we mean the first team, we mean the Olympic one. We try to individualize or to understand how they come from the club. So what I mean, if we are talking about a day plus one, where they are used to have a certain competitive profile on the match, and that match of the national team that usually has a 20-25% more demands than the regular national league has. So we try to say, okay, if you usually, I don't know, have that load and today you have 20-25% more, and your for example, as I mentioned before, your thermography profile, it's that way, then your wellness, so what it's that way, your urine, it's that way, so you are dehydrated. So in the end, we try to understand the framework of the different data, talking with the different specialists, because, for example, the wellness, the one in charge to understand the wellness is the psychologist. Who's in charge of understanding the urine? The nutritionist. So we talk in a table and we say, okay, what happens to that player? Okay, so probably the only thing is he's not used or he's not adapt to the high altitude. Okay, what can we do? Okay, doctor, what can we do? Or nutritionist, if he's dehydrated because he is not used to drink that kind of water, there's something special sometimes with Mexican or with Mexico City water that makes you be dehydrated because of the cold. Okay, so what can we do? Or whatever. So in the end, understanding the profile and doing that framework then makes us easier to take a decision and to determine what we should do with him.
So it's data driven. We're using data to our advantage here.
Yeah.
What's your approach at Roma, Maurizio?
It's probably similar. So we base it depends on the context in general. So if it is recovery strategies, optimization of the recovery strategies, depending on the day, of the week, and in the context, I mean also if it is a congested week or not. So if you have, if generally from the first team to the under 18, we have sometimes congestion weeks, and after the youth category not. So if it is the day plus one is general, if it is not congested, is free. So there is no load because we have the load of the match. And also the second day is partial training. And if it is congested, we have training the second day, but the first day after the match, but is obviously for people that the players that play all the match or 70 minutes is recovery, full recovery. The second day is also management of the load, so not a lot of activity. And in general, we use this as a criteria. We also have some other criteria, for example, what they have done as external load and how they perceived this external load as internal load. So, for example, RPE and how is their perception of recovery the day after. So it's multifactorial. but is yeah, for sure data driven and personal driven. So it's not data, is use the data to speak with the player and to speak with the coach or the other people and the staff.
This is a very good point, using the data as a prop to identify what the issues are. And Mariela, what's the approach? How do you individualize or identify the recovery strategies for your players, especially with your background in neuroscience? Is it coming? Yes? No? Yeah? So I'll ask again. How do you individualize or identify the recovery strategies? What do you use to identify what you need to do, in particular in your field of neuroscience?
Individualizar la estrategia ya sería cuando uno está en contacto con el deportista, ¿no? Entonces, siendo que nosotros somos un área que estamos constantemente, porque yo estoy dentro de un cuerpo técnico y entonces estamos todo el día con el deportista. Tenemos esa intervención que trabajamos de manera grupal y ahí frente a la dinámica del grupo se plantea un objetivo general, pero después desde lo individual ya es por aproximación con cada uno de los jugadores y ahí tenemos como, digamos, la conversación y la escucha de la necesidad que él está teniendo en el momento, ¿no? Entonces, frente a esa necesidad, desde las técnicas que nosotros implementamos, lo ayudamos con eso, ver cómo puede reconocer e identificar él lo que le está pasando y qué manera lo puede neutralizar, o quizás viendo lo que le está pasando y comprendiéndolo, le podemos sugerir la lectura de algo particular o facilitarle alguna aplicación que lo ayude a canalizar lo que está procesando. Desde lo individual serían esos espacios. Pero después, si no, trabajamos todo de forma grupal.
So individualizing seems to be the key. Of course, it's a very holistic approach. We try to target different areas. We try to bring the players back to where they should be for performance. But I'm really curious about technology. And I want to know, what's the most popular recovery strategies in your organizations? What do the players like? But also, what do the players don't like? Do you want to start, Mariela?
Yes. Generalmente el jugador, digamos, por lo menos es mi experiencia, lo que yo voy a contar en los jugadores argentinos y lo que es en River, ¿no? Es muy difícil a veces cuando uno está introduciendo una práctica que no tiene que ver con el campo de juego y la pelota, que ellos puedan abrirse o creer que esto le va a producir un beneficio dentro del campo de juego. Entonces, siempre lo que intentamos hacer es como el diagnóstico del grupo, ¿no? ¿Qué tan abierto está a recibir estas técnicas o alguna estrategia nueva de trabajo? Una vez que tenemos ese diagnóstico, que también depende mucho del sentido común de uno, ¿no? De darse cuenta hasta dónde el otro puede llegar a introducir algo nuevo. A partir de lo que a ellos les gusta y de lo que traen, a partir de ahí empezamos a trabajar y construir el camino hacia donde nosotros queremos llegar. Entonces, por ejemplo, supongamos, yo creo que la meditación es muy importante. De hecho, hay departamentos de neurociencia de la meditación que estudian los cambios y los beneficios que se producen a nivel anatómico y funcional en el cerebro. Entonces, si yo practico una meditación que en realidad es estando sentado y con un estado de introspección muy alto, siendo que ellos vienen de un entrenamiento y quieren acostarse, por ejemplo. Si yo voy en contra del deseo de ellos, es muy difícil que ellos me abran la puerta a mí para que yo pueda comenzar a trabajar. Entonces, entendiendo esto, yo percibo eso y entonces digo, bueno, vamos a hacer una relajación, que es acostada, y de a poco voy haciendo la introducción a la meditación, con pequeñas explicaciones dentro de eso, o tratando de los momentos que hay más tiempo libre para poder conversar, tratar de explicar los beneficios. Entonces es un proceso que lleva tiempo, a veces un poco más corto, un poco más largo, a veces con algunos no se logra y a veces con otros lleva mucho tiempo, capaz que te digo 2 años de trabajo como para que se pueda lograr el objetivo. Entonces, es ir de a poco con este diagnóstico y con el objetivo claro de hacia dónde uno los quiere llevar.
Gracias. Maurizio.
Thinking of more used recovery strategies, I think that is the active recovery in general. So I think if I can leave all the players free to do whatever they want, I think that I can find them in the gym doing some activity recovery, like a bicycle, like foam rolling, these kind of things. Physiotherapy is another thing that they perceive to be very helpful. Pool cold water also, but is also the one that they don't like too much. Is very individual. So some of them feel that cold water is bad for them. They don't like. So for some other players they like to do. So it's just individual. But in general, I think that the activity recovery or physiotherapy, like massage, these things is the like that they seems to prefer more.
What's the preference for your players?
I think that as any of us that is here, what they really like, it's that you pay attention to them, that you make them feel special. Once you build this relation with them, they are open to practically wherever you teach them that it's good for them. So as they are saying, strength, they really like them, but why they really like strength? Because you have been with them, you follow the path with them, and you make them understand that it's important for them. So as any child, because in the end our players are child in older bodies, they need to feel special. They need to feel that you are building something special for them. And wherever we talk about strength, psychology, nutrition, they need to feel special things that feel them be better. And once they learn, they follow the path. I don't know if say forever, but for a long way.
Good. We talked about the importance of recovery. Now it's coming clear that it's something that the players need really to take on board. They need to own it. It's about a lifestyle. It's ownership. It's prolonging your career. And actually, recovery starts the moment they leave the training ground, when they are out of your control. You all talked about education, educating the player, making them responsible. How do you actually do it in your organizations? How do you educate them? What activities do you do? And how you guide them in the lifestyle choices they make outside of the training ground? Who wants to start?
I can start.
Good.
It's very. I can have some example. For example, in different contexts. One in the first team. I can remember that some years ago players feel to be too much controlled. Sometimes it happens in some teams. They don't like to be monitored a lot of things, and we've spent time with them, start to showing them some data of their performance, of how much they run, or these kind of things. We start to attract them to this kind of things, and now we have a team that is we can collect external load, internal load, air trades every day. So also during the match, for what allowed, so not the air trade monitoring, and it's not only this. Now, if we will not send a report every day after finish 2 hours after the training session, they will start to text me. Oh, where is the report? So this is very good for us. And in terms of education, especially for the young guys, we have education with the coaches, on the fitness coaches, to push them some messages, to start to have some messages with them. And in addition, we have prepared a big work with the media center that we have and with the psychologists. We have prepared a small, we are working to finalize a small series of like cartoons.
Okay.
in which there is some key messages in which they can recognize themselves in like a small guy which is doing the bad things is what happened, and who is doing the good things what happened. So it's something like this. It's like use some images and videos to try to provide them some feedback, some idea.
That's interesting. Henrik, how do you do that?
So, since 3 years ago, we started to build a program that we called as similar or in a structure that kinds of follow a scholarship a structure. We call it a unit programming unit. We differentiated the years in three kind of categories. The official years where we have an official tournament, depending if it's under 17, under 20, it's a triple A. So then we start counting down, and then we structure all the contents depending on performance, habits, or knowledge. So in the most young categories, we start to build the knowledge in collective and individual sessions, but most in collective ones. So we construct or build the knowledge from the beginning, and the percentage of sessions, for example, in terms of strength and conditioning, kind of theoretical session could be that learning the name of the materials, what's inertial machine, how does it works. So we start to do all those kind of sessions structured by years and structured by categories. So in a year that it's so far from an official event, it means 2 years before we start to do with calm all those kind of sessions. Then as close as the event arrives, we start to change all the percentages of the contents, and we start to build more performance things. And obviously all these percentages change as you are getting older and older and older. But philosophically, we try to understand that if a coach that has been 40 years working as a coach can adapt and can learn new things, also a player of 28 or 30 years can also learn it. Not in the same way, probably, as I told you, probably the way we need to teach this player, for example, a super clear example, why he needs to wear a GPS, right? The kind of approach needs to be more individual, needs to be probably, and probably not done by the physical coach, probably done by the captain, or probably done by the coach. But the thing here is to organize the contents, the knowledge, and in this case, as you told before, trying to understand how we can do it. We can do it the same thing with the first team captain than with a player of the under 15 years old category.
So your approach is to build a curriculum, so they progress through that like in school, and they graduate as senior players knowing everything.
Kind of.
This is a very interesting approach. How do you approach that with River Play?
Y nosotros dependemos básicamente de la planificación que el entrenador y el profe hayan hecho semanalmente, y se diagraman las intervenciones de nuestra área, que es un área complementaria que se adapta a la planificación principal. Tenemos momentos de intervención antes del entrenamiento, durante y posteriores. En lo que respecta a la recuperación, generalmente es el día anterior al partido, la meditación principalmente, y posterior al partido también, y uno más semanalmente de recuperación también, 3 veces por semana.
Interesting approach. We all touched on sleep a little bit in brief. We know very well that the easiest way to recover when you're really, really tired is to go to sleep. But we also know that nowadays, players and youngsters in general, they are 24 hours connected to social media, screens, activities, things that keep them away from sleeping. Do you monitor sleeping patterns in your players? And if so, what technology do you use, and what do you do with the data? Who wants to start?
Ahí está.
You will start.
Nosotros en una oportunidad habíamos incorporado tecnología de medición del sueño como los Oura Rings o anillos o relojes que también miden, pero no hemos tenido buena receptividad por parte de los jugadores. El tema del control, siendo un ambiente donde es tan competitivo y su comportamiento va a influir en si va a jugar o no, es un control muy minucioso de lo que hace fuera del club, y también nosotros pensábamos qué fiabilidad podía darnos esos datos, porque vamos a ser sinceros, quizás no se lo pone él, se lo da a la mujer que se fue a dormir temprano y entonces estamos evaluando el sueño de la esposa. Entonces, nosotros lo que hacemos a través del sueño es educar sobre la importancia de un descanso, no solo en la cantidad de horas de las 8 horas, sino de una buena calidad de sueño, para lograr pasar por todas las fases de recuperación, que cada una es distinta y nos aporta algo diferente. Ellos tienen que conocer las cosas más básicas del sueño, como la hormona de crecimiento se segrega en ese momento, entonces es donde aumenta la masa muscular no aumenta cuando entrenas, aumenta cuando dormís. Las toxinas se eliminan cuando estás durmiendo, el cerebro a través del sistema linfático hace la limpieza cerebral de las toxinas y estás mucho mejor para recibir una situación de estrés al día siguiente, se consolida el aprendizaje, la memoria. Entonces, esas cuestiones básicas son fundamentales para que ellos sepan que el dormir tiene todos esos beneficios. Entonces, la importancia también de que ellos adopten hábitos en los cuales esta cantidad y esta calidad de sueño se pueda producir, ¿no? Y por ahí brindamos algunos tips como para que estas cosas ocurran, como bueno, no usar pantallas una hora antes, quizás hacer la cena un poco más alejada del momento de irse a dormir para no estar en el proceso digestivo mientras dormimos, tratar de tener un ambiente óptimo para un buen descanso, y saber que esto es muy importante y tratar de ir siempre a dormir en un mismo horario para generar el hábito y, bueno, y favorecer lo que sería todo lo respecto al ciclo circadiano, ¿no? Pero los monitores lo usan algunos jugadores, pero por su cuenta, y sí nos informan. Entonces, con ellos sí los trabajamos y los sugerimos, pero lo dejamos dentro de la decisión del deportista, sobre todo en los jugadores que son del primer equipo. Con los otros sí lo podemos hacer y no hay tanta contradicción ni rechazo, pero con jugadores del primer equipo lo dejamos en decisión de ellos eso.
Gracias. Mauricio, what do you guys do?
For sure, sleeping is very important. It's the first part of the recovery, and yeah, we also, I agree with Mariela, we had the same. We bought, I think, 25 Oura rings, and we provide them to every player. I think after 2 months we have half of the rings. No. After 1 season we have some of the players that wear every day, every night for 1 year the ring, and so we have a couple of data for them. I think is 10 players, not more. Some of them just 2 days after giving me back the ring, so I don't want to use this, I don't need. So it's something that you cannot oblige them to wear. And also because you can have adverse results, so it's something that they have to understand that is we are using for them, not for control nothing about their private life. And we are looking both on the dashboard that the company is providing to us, but also we implemented the data inside our system, our dashboard. We are checking more sleep efficiency, duration, and time of sleep. And after maybe 2 months or like this, we can see some trends and provide some feedback to them, but it's like very individual. So if we find that they are not covering so good, we speak to them and they try to increase a little bit the duration or go early to bed, these things, but it's really, really difficult. Is probably, I don't know if this can have a very impact on performances. And from the scientific point of view, obviously, and is challenging to understand how it works in the next seasons, for sure.
Eric, what do you do?
In our case, we have two different approaches. First, and I will talk for the psychology area in name of them. So we have specialists that do it, but they are not here today. What we have been doing for the last 3 years, we started with a wellness approach, with a subjective approach, where all the psychologists had the wellness result in the morning. In case that any player don't respond to the questionnaire, the psychologists have an approach individually with them, and then from that data, they have an individual approach in terms of how they should relax, how they should breathe. They teach them the different phases of sleep, so the player gets to understand how the different cycles work, so they get involved on their own process of sleeping. This is one approach, and the other one, as they both did, we did kind of research, and we start trying different kind of technologies. Any of them convince us, and just now we are starting to have that kind of this kind of technology that analyzes through the mat, that it's non-invasive, but we are just using it with the first teams, and it's something that it's just starting. Our main approach is the wellness and the subjective one from the psychology area.
Excellent. So yeah, we're all having the same problems, trying to measure players and what they like and they don't like, and the fact that is, at the end of the day, is a very intrusive technology. We know more about their lives. But I will close the first half with a quick round. We talked about measuring sleep. The problem is that when we measure sleep and we find out they're not sleeping well, what do we do about it later? So when I was working with Olympic sports, with few sports, we found out that some of the problems the athletes had were the sleeping environments were not right. The mattress was not a good mattress, especially for tall players, heavy players, rugby players. So we did a lot of work around the environment, the technology in terms of the mattress technology, if they were sleeping with hypoallergenic bed covers and all that kind of stuff, because many players have allergies as well that affect the way they sleep. Do you look into that? So what do you do when you find out that the player has got problems sleeping? Apart from educating them to sleep hygiene, what else do you do? Who wants to start? Mariela. Oh, no, you didn't get it. So the question is, we measure sleep patterns and we find that a player has a problem. There is a lot of things that we can do to improve that, apart from education, which is the obvious first step. What interventions do you put in place to improve their quality of sleep? What do you look at?
I think you have touched the most important fact that we are concerned about. That's why our approach was always first starting to teach them to understand the process and then monitor it. For example, I will give you an example. Can you remember the card beds in Tokyo? That was kind of amazing. So how are we monitoring something when they are sleeping in card beds? Then that's why we prefer them to teach them and making them understand the importance, the phases, how they can improve their sleep, how they can be conscious of how they are feeling, and then we can start monitoring and making more that data, because we already have data with the wellness, but if it's subjective, we are clear about it. We know the limitations, but I think it needs to be good steps before. So before getting into the top of the mountain, we need to go from the base, then going probably slow but safe.
From my point of view,
how do we do it?
Sleeping in Rome is changed because, for example, what we had done at the beginning of the last season was to change all the mattress in the rooms of the players. They sleep there, I think, once a week, because we have two matches. Sometimes it's one away match and one home. And 90% of the time, when we have also home matches, we have players have to sleep there. So we ask them if they are comfortable or not with that mattresses that we have. And the ones that tell us, no, I am not comfortable, we change mattresses like this memory shapes. No? And so this is the first things that we have done. If we find something, some problem is sleeping in the place that we are monitoring, we just speak with them to understand what we can do. For example, can be try to increase the numbers, try to have a nap during the afternoon, or try to these kind of things. Avoid the use of electronic devices before go to sleep. So try to take care of this environment, no? Also when you're at home. But the problem for us is that one, is that you have one day is a match per day night, so they probably are all together. The second day is the night of the match, they will not sleep. And the second day is the day we sleep, and then is the match again. So it's like
It's challenging, it's not easy. There is no one recipe.
Yeah.
What's the River Plate recipe for better sleep?
Primero hay que ver por qué no duerme bien, porque nosotros desde la educación, ellos saben que todas estas condiciones que favorecen un descanso bueno, ¿no? Pero hay que ver si, pese a eso, el problema no es interno. Muchas veces uno no se puede dormir porque la atención está puesta en situaciones del pasado o en situaciones del futuro, y entonces hay un nivel de estrés interno, el cortisol se eleva como respuesta a eso, y con un cortisol elevado difícilmente yo me pueda dormir. Entonces, creo que principalmente hay que identificar la razón, y a partir de ahí, por eso nosotros a través de la meditación les damos técnicas a ellos de respiración, porque, por ejemplo, nosotros al hacer una respiración abdominal o diafragmática, es esa respiración profunda donde el diafragma desciende, se llena de aire la cavidad torácica y exhalamos contrayéndolo, el estímulo del diafragma. Y también otra técnica de respiración, como puede ser exhalar en el doble de tiempo de lo que inhalo. Estas dos prácticas de respiración activan el nervio vago, que es el principal componente del sistema parasimpático, que es el que me permite justamente recuperarme, dormir, es el que pone a recuperar el cuerpo para el descanso, regula la frecuencia cardíaca, la temperatura corporal. Entonces, además, otra de las cosas es el poder llevar la atención al momento presente, que también es identificar si yo estoy ahora, en este momento, acá, escuchando esta conversación o estoy con mi mente en otro lado. La mitad del tiempo del día que estamos despiertos, digamos, estamos con la mente en otro lugar. Y eso genera un estrés mental que no te permite estar atento en lo que está sucediendo, y estás bajo el dominio también de lo que sería la amígdala, que es la zona que gestiona las emociones. Entonces, cuando uno empieza a dominar la atención, de traerla al momento presente, de poder decir, bueno, ahora voy a tratar de no estar pensando en nada, sino de tratar de relajarme para dormir, fortalece justamente la zona de la corteza frontal, que es la de la planificación, la toma de decisión sobre todo, y entonces no deja que la amígdala sea la que está gobernando y la que no me permite poder entrar en un estado de recuperación. Entonces, a su vez, digamos como que el componente principal sería poder llevar la atención a la respiración. Eso lo va a traer al momento presente y liberar la mente de pensamientos. Y a su vez está estudiado de que cuando uno lleva la atención a la respiración, se produce en nuestro cerebro un silencio neuronal. Y ese silencio neuronal favorece la generación de ondas alfa, que son señales de stop a las distracciones. Entonces yo puedo mantener mi mente en calma y sentir un estado de bienestar. Entonces cuando yo logro entrar en ese estado, posiblemente logre conciliar un sueño mucho más rápido y más beneficioso también. Entonces creo que para poder tener un buen descanso, el deportista primero tiene que tener muy claro cómo es él y cómo está en reconocerse y saber qué tiene que hacer para abordar eso que le está sucediendo desde lo biológico, porque la emoción no la puede controlar. Si él está nervioso por un partido siguiente, va a seguir, pero puede controlar la reacción frente a eso. Entonces, tener ese tipo de técnicas ayudan para que también pueda descansar mejor.
Thank you very much. So I think we can close the first half, having known that for tonight you need to pick a good mattress and learn about breathing techniques. If you want to know more, you have an expert here. So thank you for your contribution to the first half. It's been great. Looking forward to what the second half can bring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie. Grazie signore. Microphone on, thank you. So for the second half, we will be exploring more aspects of recovery with two colleagues that work in national teams and one colleague that works in a club. So I would like to invite from the Italian Football Federation, Mattia Modonutti. From Liverpool Football Club, Jack A. And from the French Football Federation, Chris Carling. So second half, we need to do better than the first half now. No pressure on all of you. Yes. So I would like you to introduce yourselves first and also tell us a bit about how do you implement recovery strategies in your organizations?
So I'm Mattia Modonutti, the coordinator of football performance in Italian FA. And let me know first of all that it's a big pleasure for me to be back here. It's an unbelievable event, and Aspire Academy is really a dream factory. So thanks for having us. My duty in the Italian Federation is to try to place every person of the performance staff in the best condition in order to deliver at their best. And beside that, I'm a practitioner, so I'm a fitness coach on the pitch, and that's just trying to lead in the beast at the best in order to compete at the highest international competitions. In terms of recovery, I think we need to start from a good planning. So we touched base a bit on the workshop of yesterday. I think a good recovery is starting for a good planning. So of course, we travel to compete, and of course every competition period is a congested period for us because we have shorter camp and we need to compete at our best. So in order to do so, I think it's crucial to have a good planning, a good travel planning, a good accommodation, a good facility, choose the right distance from the pitches. So all that kind of things that are even before the basement, even before the sleeping, hydration and everything. So it's really, really important to have that in mind. Of course, after that, as you touch base, but we can discuss a bit more later, is hydration, sleeping, and training plan as well, and what we do during the training, what the stress is involved from the training, and how we need to recover from that specific stress.
Thank you. Jack.
Hi, good afternoon. So my name is Jack Aid. I'm the under-21s fitness coach at Liverpool Football Club, and I manage the Academy Sports Science Fitness Department. So a bit like Perry at Arsenal, it's a developmental program whereby the result is not everything. We don't often have quite the fixture congestion that some of you guys will have, albeit under 21s, and at periods with the under 18s we will. So sometimes we will monitor sort of the training response and we'll have a close eye on data, but equally it's important that we get players training and that they also get used to sometimes training under some form of fatigue. We follow a periodization model, and for me the number one thing is planning. As you've mentioned, the big thing, the challenge that we have with that is that we can have players playing in multiple different tournaments, whether it's an under-19s tournament, an under-21s fixture, an under-18s fixture. So it is very much almost seeing ahead what's to come and trying to work with the coach and understanding, you know, it's not just about the physical load, but it's about the physical status of that player. So where are they in terms of maturation, their sort of chronic load from a game point of view? Have they come back from a hamstring reconstruction only 1 month ago? They're all going to require slightly different programs, and that will also assess, that will change how we then assess sort of their readiness to train on the back of a game as well. So again, we can get into detail in a bit around different sort of strategies, etc. But the main thing I think you guys have spoken about is really sort of having an individualized approach, making sure we have communication with the coaching staff, but also as support staff, we need to have really good relationship with the players. So, you know, actually during cool downs, having stretching sessions on the pitch straight after the training, quite often that'll be where we get into conversations around how you're now going to recover from this session, because, you know, it might be that we've done a session with the first team staff and it hasn't quite followed our typical loading pattern, but that's not an excuse for anything further down the line. It's now on the player to recover properly, and we'll do all the right things in terms of giving them the right nutrition, you know, taking them in the swimming pool, potentially the ice bath, etc. But then they've got 24 hours, and what are they going to do in that time as well? So the education part in the academy is massive.
Chris. Hi, Chris Carling from French Football Federation. I'm head of performance and head of the Federation's Research and Innovation Facility. I've got two areas which I'd like to talk about. I think the second one perhaps will come on to later, but which is more related to the mental side of recovery. In terms of the sports science side of things, I mainly work with the national youth teams, so female, male. We also do a lot of work with our elite referees. The issue we have is obviously the players come to the national centre. We are dependent upon the information, a lot of the time, the information the clubs are giving us. So obviously their workloads in the 2 to 3 weeks before joining up the national team. We also monitor their number of minutes played, whether they've been involved in congested periods. So that's obviously something we need to take into account, something which you can't control, unfortunately. The other point is in terms of the actual general sports science monitoring. In terms of nutrition and recovery strategies, it's actually the medical staff who tend to look after that aspect of performance for the national teams. So nutrition, there's a lot of education, like Jack said, talking to the players, but we're finding these days that the younger players, they're coming through the elite academies in France and they already know about, you know, what to eat and what not to eat. They all know about sleep. So I don't think there's actually at times that much to be done on that, really. In terms of the testing protocols, we've done things in the past, isometric testing, fatigue testing after games. We've also implemented ice baths, but again, that's dependent upon the coaches. The under-16s coach might not do the same things as the under-19s. So yeah, so in terms of the sports science stuff, I mean, it's not rocket science at FFF, it's just pretty simple stuff, really, but a lot of it is, as I said, is just education and you know, and just the basics, getting the basics right, really.
Thanks, Chris. You touch on the mental side. I'll bring it up now because I think recovery strategies have kind of moved, you know. It started with simple things, pitch side, and then it became something to do with physical elements of recovery. And now I think in the last probably 1 or 2 years, we have realized the importance of mental recovery, but also we have more technology to help us with that. Are you addressing this with your organization? How do you do that?
Yep, we are. So, last week we opened up our new research facility, which Mr. Wenger visited. So that's been a big step in the right direction for me. Something I've been fighting for the French FA, for a number of years now. What we've done is we're embarking on a 3-year research program, looking at the mental side of football. So, and recovery is one of the major areas. And we are heavily involved in not just international youth teams, but also the referees and the coaches, because coaches, we always forget the coaches. So the mental side of the coaches is very, very important for us. Areas we're looking at in terms of technology, we have 2 applications which we're currently testing. One of which we actually used to look at the impact of music therapy on elite coaches, sleep and stress levels. And that was actually published as a paper a year or so ago. So so that was quite innovative, we thought. Again, it's something we need to test in the players, but first step was testing it in the coaches. We're also looking at another application based upon meditation. Okay, so again, for players and coaches, referees. We're also, in the next few months, going into the virtual reality world and looking at how virtual reality could potentially help players and coaches recover. In terms of techniques, we are currently exploring a technique called Garuda, which is a different version of yoga. So it's yoga which includes Pilates, dance, Tai Chi. So that's an area we're looking at. So again, with the different populations we're working with. What else we're doing? We've also got a research project starting on emotional intelligence. So with a French university, we have a PhD student starting in the next couple of weeks. So basically, how do the players or coaches, the referees, analyse their own emotions? How do they manage them? And how can we optimize them? So yeah, so we're looking at different techniques, different technologies, a different slant on recovery. Again, I wouldn't say we're moving away from the sports science traditional approach, but it's something we think we really need to explore. And finally, I think the point is as well is we have a lot of coaches come to Clairefontaine, coach education, top coaches, and we're finding that a lot of the coaches, they're struggling, especially this year because 4 teams go down from League One. So a bit of pressure on the coaches, and the aim is to really, use these techniques to help them get through their daily business.
Thanks, Jack.
Well, I look forward to seeing a lot of that research in the future because that will really benefit us. We're obviously not doing anything at that sort of level, looking at that sort of that sort of depth, but at the forefront of the mind, we have to always be thinking about the psychology, the social aspect as well of the players. So at the moment, like yourselves, we might be doing 9 days on the bounce with Champions Youth League, under-21s games, might be 2 nights away, and then followed by another 2 nights away in London effectively. So I was talking about the scheduling of days off, and from maybe a physiological point of view, the initial thought process was, well, we're not going to get in until maybe 2 in the morning. By the time the player gets to sleep, it'll be 3 in the morning. Therefore, we should have the day off straight after the game and then come in on match day +2. But in actual fact, the players and the staff have quickly found out that that day off isn't much of a day off because you're absolutely wiped out for that day, to be honest with you. So they would rather that we report at 2 p.m. in the afternoon and we do some recovery strategies, and those players who need to do some additional work will do some additional work, and then we have a day off. So that's sort of ticking, I guess, more of the psychological, social side of things. And that's for players and staff, because you're absolutely right. I believe staff retention, staff well-being, if they're not in a good place when they're engaging with players, the players are going to feel this. They're not going to then develop and respond the way that we want. And I think a big part of that as well is just with the music side, again, these are just conversations I can be having. You know, the lads might be on the bike in pre-training and we'll just be having a general conversation, and I know they will find it hard to fall asleep, but I'll start the conversation, you know, on whatever it might be, and then I'll get on to, you know, how long you struggle getting to sleep after games, etc. I know the answer is going to be yes. And then we'll just get onto the conversation of, oh, well, there's been a lot of research shown that if you put more relaxing music on, so as soon as you get on the coach and we're going back to your car, once you're in your car, more relaxing music, so they've all got certain genres, but quite eclectic, which is good. So just getting that process and drip feeding it, rather than telling them this is what you have to listen to, etc., just giving them a little bit of information they can take ownership over it. And I think a bit like what was spoken about before with the breathing and the meditation, occasionally we'll have a Pilates yoga instructor come in and take the group for some stretching, just so it's a different voice, a different person. And again, we'll have 10 minutes of relaxation, and the players really like it. Quite often a few will drift off to sleep. But then on the flip side, we'll then go in the pool, and are you then undoing some of that work? I don't know, because equally there's nothing better than getting in the pool. I know you asked the question earlier around what sort of modalities they like doing. If you can get 10 or 8 in there with a ball, and all of a sudden from the social side again and the enjoyment side, especially if maybe the result wasn't the greatest the night before, then that's worth its weight in gold. Last point, sorry, just on mental health. I feel that coaching in general for staff, so I don't know whether it would fall into a psychology sort of area, but I think leadership and that sort of area is becoming more and more prominent. Obviously, podcasts and people from business and sport are being sort of brought together, and quite often you'll hear really, really successful people in business talk about a people-first approach, and I'll then drip feed and have conversations with my line manager, etc., and try and say, well, what maybe is relevant for us? How could we? We're not going to change from where we are now completely, but how can we try and learn from different industries and ensure we're being as productive as possible?
Thanks, Mattia.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, and I'm in line with what Jack said. I would like just to add 2 things. I mean, I think it's quite important to be aware and to have good communication. So in terms of awareness, I like to mention that it's important for the players to know themselves and be able to communicate and to be aware what is happening after the training, during the training, what's the stress they can cope with, what the stress that is too much for them. And it's important to create the kind of environment for them to feel free to share that with the practitioners. And it's as well good to know for them that, of course, stress is part of the training. So of course we are there to support their recovery, but of course they need to feel something after the training, they need to feel something after the matches. So it's quite normal, and it's quite normal to be asked to compete at 100% or beyond, even when you are not at that level. So it's quite normal if you are in a group stage or European Championship to need to compete at high level, even if you are not at your best. So it's important for us to build up that kind of environment in order to communicate this kind of information and to be able to have the right discussions. On the mental side, I think it's important for us to take into consideration not just what the science said that it's working, but what they perceive that it's working as well. So we have some players that have a feeling to have a good benefit from the ice bath. Other players that don't want to do it. Some players love foam roll. Other players are not into it. So it's really important for us as well to be aware and to be ready to listen to them and see what they perceive it's working for them, as well as closing the gap between the federation and the club. So for us, it could be really important to know what they do after a game with their own club, because after all we have a team, but it's composed by players from different clubs, so it's could be quite important. And I refer to the previous half, in which at the end they need to feel that we take care of them. So just have more information as possible, and then of course I want not to put aside the science, but to use the science in the proper way for them to be ready to compete at the best, even when they are not.
I think you touched on a very good point. So, you know, applying science in a setting like this in high-performance sport, it doesn't mean copying what is written on a paper and actually applying, because placebo effect is actually a very powerful thing. So if the players believe that something is working, as far as it's not damaging them, it's that we can implement. Playing with my mic, clearly my accent is not really like that. We touched on that now a little bit. This is, I think, is the elephant in the room in high-performance sport. We talk about recovery for players, what players do. We want to know what recovery strategies they can use. We educate them. Who's looking after the staff? Coaching staff, support staff, sports science staff, they're usually the last people leaving the building, if they leave the building at times. What are you doing in your organizations? Are you looking at it? Do you think we should look at it? Recovery strategies for staff?
For sure we should look at it. I mean, we are in a particular position because, as I said, as national teams, we are just calling up to compete in a very short period of time, so we don't have that much time to do rotation of the staff or giving 3 days to fitness coaches or physiotherapists or whatever. But for sure we need to address that with the coaching staff, and my role as coordinator is as well as managerial part to take care of that side of the game that is behind the scene, but at the end of the day it's impacting a lot on the pitch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a difficult area, really,
one, isn't it?
because as a fitness coach, you are aligned with the squad and with the coach, the head coach. You know, if you're playing 4 games in 2 weeks, he's not taking a day off. In my experience, it may be that, you know, if there's a day after the game, and then there's a day off, maybe the coach. But I think in general, when I was talking about the coaching, the psychology side, you know, I know there's a fear of middle management, and I totally appreciate that. But I think there has to be, within an organisation, time allocated to management and leadership. I think it's very hard in dual roles to do both. And I think, yeah, you're protecting the talented staff beneath you by making sure they are given sufficient time. I think going on study visits, going on this sort of thing definitely helps, a change of environment. Yeah, just little things. I think families obviously got to be, this is obviously me just talking from my point of view, but, you know, again, listen to a podcast, the Timpson podcast, some of you probably heard it, on high performance, and he gives, you know, the child's first day back at school is a day off. Now, totally different industry, I understand, but if you can have empathy as a coach somewhere to try and just give them a little bit, I guarantee you'll then get a lot more in return. You know, I think there's something in that. I don't know what the answer is, but yeah.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, obviously what we're doing at French FA is very, very coach orientated. So it's directed at coaches. All the research, the innovation is not just about the player, it's about the coaches as well. So whether it's our national coaches, our regional academy coaches, the coaches who come to Clairefontaine for a coaching course. What we found over the last couple of years, the coaches, when they're going through a bad time, obviously, and a bad time is usually related to the results of their club or of the team, we find that it's not necessarily their sleep which is affected, or not even perhaps the stress levels or the nutrition. What we find is the coaches spend less time doing on their own personal pastimes, what they like to do. Some might like going for a cycle ride. some might, on horses. And when they're going for a bad time, they spend less and less time on what they like doing themselves in their spare time. And it becomes a vicious circle. So they spend less time thinking about themselves, and it's like a snowball effect. So we're really looking to provide various technologies, various methods to help coaches. It's obviously where the aim is to test them. I wouldn't say we're necessarily looking to validate them scientifically. It's all about, in my opinion, these type of techniques, tools, etc. When you're working with coaches, it's do they like it or not? Do they think it's doing them some good? So that's our aim, really, at the French FA.
I think if there is one thing that we have learned during the pandemic is the importance of not transmitting disease to someone else. And so, if somebody's half sick or has a little bit of a cough, we learned that we should stay home and not go to work, which I think sometimes in high-performance sport has been overlooked. So I remember in preparation for the London Olympics, we were really peculiar about this. If somebody was a little bit sick or not feeling well, they shouldn't have come to the office or turn up close to the players. So maybe we can use whatever we learned during the pandemic to make sure if you're not 100%, you need to recover, stay away from the group, because you might bring not only illness, because of course you can transmit a cough or a flu or something like that, but you can also transmit bad energy, which is definitely going to affect the team, isn't it?
I agree. In my experience in club environments, when you're going through a bad period, you feel it at every level of the club, every single level, and traditionally in the past we've never ever thought about the staff, what they're going through. They might have personal issues as well, and it's something that we really want to, I wouldn't say get to the bottom of, but to help.
So in the first half, we touched on one big pillar of recovery, which is sleep. The other obvious pillar of recovery is food, because that's the first thing you do to replenish your stores after the game, etc. How important is food preparation, food presentation, quality of food in your organizations? What do you do about it? Who wants to start?
Yeah, I'll answer. So one of our players just came back from an international camp last week and showed me a photograph of the food, and clearly saying, what is this, and it was just a plain boiled skinless chicken breast with plain white rice. And I think this is something which years ago was maybe the emphasis. It was about, we have to eat very, very clean, the nutrients have to be absolutely spot on, and I'm not debating that, but equally it has to be palatable. So we've got a fantastic nutritionist with our first team who's come in and really opened everybody's eyes to how varied the diet can be and exciting whilst getting the correct nutrients in. So that was fantastic, especially for players at younger ages as well, and trying to get them away from just having the same chicken, pasta, peas and a tomato pasta sauce or something, trying to educate them around variation. We're lucky that we have a full-time academy nutritionist, and there's workshops that happen with under 14s up, practical workshops. The parents, the house parents of players who live away from home, but obviously in accommodation. So we're very fortunate with the level of support, but the main thing for me is it has to look and taste nice, and the people who do it have to be passionate about food, not passionate about macro and micronutrients from a university. It's about passion for food, being creative, engaging with the player, and also within our club and lots of clubs, different different backgrounds from different cultures, as you say. Yeah. So different beliefs, and trying to engage with parents from different cultures as well is very challenging. So it's people skills again.
When we interviewed Alberto Martinez from the Belgian team for our special issue, he touched on that, and he said, when you have players that come from different cultures, which also means different food cultures in terms of the attitude towards food. So for some, it's just something you put in to get energy. It doesn't matter how it looks or how it smells and what it is. And for others, it's more about enjoyment and cuisines. You know, I think French and Italians here. So how do you do that?
We, of course, we are in a culture in which everything looks quite good and tastes quite nice, or even too much. So I guess the idea is to have the right conversation about integration of the data and integration between what we need to implement in terms of nutrition and recovery and what is done on the pitch. So we're lucky enough to have the nutrition side implemented in the performance area. So we have those kind of conversations, and we set a main goal for each one of the session or training sessions, and then based on RPE, based on external load and everything, we have those kind of conversation with the nutritionist and say, okay, this might be the most exposed to fatigue, this might be the most exposed to soreness or whatever, and in that case we try to allocate the proper integration to each one of them.
Food in France, big deal. How do you do that?
Well, I mean, when you're in the club environment or national team environment, obviously, you know, you are limited to what's in front of you, if you like. But if you're looking at the national youth teams, again, the problem we have is we see the players several times over the course of the year, so we don't know what they're doing at home. We don't know what they're doing in the clubs. I mean, when they're with us, as I said, it's the medical staff who usually try to make sure that the players, they look at players, what they're taking off the counters in terms of salad and main course and dessert, etc. But it's not easy for us to really have a when they're with us. Yeah, we can have an impact, but again, it's just there's no special diets according to who ran the most in the game, or it's just I think getting the basics right, and again, it's all about their education really, and I said, unfortunately, we can't control what's going on outside of that. In terms of my experience working in professional football clubs, I find, a great example is the post-match stuff. Everybody knows 2 hours after the game, ideally within the first 30 minutes, get some carbs down your throat. Pizzas, honestly, give them pizzas. Players like it. Pasta box, why not?
That's not really French, eh?
No. But honestly, it's the players. It's just half of them don't want to eat in the first place. We find a lot.
Yes.
In my experience, a lot of players don't want to eat, and they have to force themselves to eat. So you give them maybe an energy drink or a chocolate milk drink or something. But pizza. And after everybody says, well, yeah, you're giving your players pizzas, that's just outrageous. I'm sorry, but they're better eating a pizza than nothing.
So the Italian recovery recipe
We've got
is
the
still
Italian
the best,
recovery,
isn't it?
yeah.
It still works.
There we
So
go.
I still apply every day the concept, so I'm still doing well.
Maybe a glass of wine or champagne if you win.
That will be just special, just for the final of the World Cup. Food conversations cannot move away from supplements. This is a challenging area to talk about all the times. I would like to know, what are the attitudes towards supplements of your organizations, and how do you guarantee the quality to make sure that the risks of contaminations are limited for the athletes that use them?
Well, I'll go very, very quick answer. It's the medical department who looks after that. And again, a lot is done on education about what you're putting in your body. So in terms of the players' attitudes, whether it's younger players are taking stuff at home, supplements, etc. I can't really give any information on that really.
So in terms of nutrition, our staff is trained in biology as well, so they really know, or supposedly they really know where the things we are giving to the player are coming, and it depends from case to case in the sense that we have some players we need to stop because they would take whatever. Anytime, twice the dose, and no matter what, and we have someone that need to educate towards a proper implementation, but usually yes, we we don't face some challenges in that area. So especially the youth are quite used to take something after the matches, especially if it's with their names on, and explain them why these days we have the pink bottle and not the yellow bottle and whatever. So it's coming down to sharing and knowing why we are giving what we are giving.
Yeah, so they shouldn't take any supplements away from the club. We provide all of that alongside, obviously, the education. The full-time nutritionist and the doctor will make sure, I think it's WADA, and everything's batch tested. Typically a whey protein, but we'll go in with mixed berries and non-dairy milk quite often, not straight after training. We use collagen shots. I'd say this is for the older players. With regards to rehab, that is when supplementation becomes more bespoke and more of a prominent feature within their diet. But it's something which it's definitely a food, no, it's boring, but it's a food first approach. But in rehab, there's definitely some products or supplements we believe aid the process. So that's when we've got a bigger lens on the supplementation.
And do you think the attitude towards supplements has changed over the last few years? Have you noticed an increase in the demand from the players or a decrease? What's the feeling in your organizations at the moment?
I think it's gone a little bit full circle, actually. Or maybe that's just because we got better education in place. But at one point, I think everyone just wanted to have as many protein shakes as possible and creatine and get big. And actually now, the profile of footballers in the Premier League quite often is a more slight 800-meter, 1500-meter sort of physique, twist, turn. It's not about being particularly big, and even the feedback from players when they're on off-season, and this isn't a big player, he doesn't like to do too much strength training because he likes to be light. He likes to run, and when he comes in, he likes to be light and agile. So, yeah, I think in my experience with the players at Liverpool Academy, I think they've moved away. We used to get a lot more requests and people asking about this supplement, that supplement. I think that's not the case so much anymore.
What about in Italy?
Yeah, I mean, if it's proposed to them, they accept it. What I like is for them not to be passive in that process. So to know why they are taking what they are taking.
Yeah.
So yeah, to engage in the process. So I don't think they are really requiring something, except if it's not already an habit in their club and it's something that they really know that they need. But again, I think the best way is to engage them in the process and not say, oh, just take that because it's good, but knowing why.
French attitude similar?
Yeah, I totally agree with both my colleagues there. I think it's it's true. Engaging the player, I think perhaps it's not done enough actually. Yeah, it's a good point, very very good point. Getting the players to actually engage in the process of what they're putting in their bodies. Well, it seems pretty obvious to me, and maybe not done enough really. So, but yeah, I agree with both of the comments.
So it's taking them to the journey of being students of the game and look after their bodies. I have just the last question for all of you, so we can close this very good round table. Now that's an easy one.
I'm scared.
So if you had all the money in the world, what would you buy to improve your recovery strategies? What would you like to get?
Good players, good management, good stuff. I don't know. I mean, with all the, I think it's going down to the basics and try to do from that basics the best for that individual player. So it's boring again, but it's that message to me.
So invest them in the environment. Would you agree, Jack, or would you spend it elsewhere?
If you had all the money in the world, and we're talking about sleep here a lot, aren't we? So you'd facilitate beds wherever possible. So if you're traveling, the gentleman spoke earlier about traveling from Kiev all the way into Poland or wherever it might be. If you had all the money in the world, you'd try to facilitate the opportunity to get sleep in a calm, relaxing environment, with that would be the one really, however you could facilitate that.
Excellent. Chris? Spend this money, come on.
No idea. I think one area we've worked on at FFF, for example, in the new research facilities, we've looked at creating a nice environment to be in. So, for example, we've worked a lot on the colours, the lighting, the furniture, plants. So, trying to create a nice environment. And I think, in an ideal world, you would create a personalised environment for every player, but at the same time, you're not shooting yourself in the foot. In that, all the players become too used to that, and it's, you know, and sorry, but maybe at times you need a bit more, go through hard times to get a bit stronger mentally. But no, it's a good question. But yeah, I think it would be linked to the environment myself. So optimising the environments we're in on a daily basis, whether it's in the club or out the club.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for your contribution. I think we learned a lot about what's happening, what we should be doing, what we should be thinking about, and most of all, we found out that sports scientists are not expensive after all, so we just spend the money on basics. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Marco. Very interesting indeed. We're going to take a lunch break now. Please, can you return for the workshops this afternoon in an hour and 15 minutes, so 3:15. And you heard Chris Carling? Pizza is fine. Go and enjoy a pizza. Enjoy your lunch. See you at 3:15.
Audio Jungle. 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 Audio
Aspire in the World Fellows, sports leaders, and distinguished guests, please make your way to your workshop groups, if you would, please. We'd like to get those started in the next couple of minutes. Please make your way to... Can you hear that? Please make your way to the workshop group that you are in. Thank you.
Check PA.
Okay.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Something. Really good. This is for all.
test. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Upi speaking.
They send already. They're sending earlier. Can you 1A outcome? Okay. Start in 5 minutes. Rodri.
Yes, give me. What now?
In 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Pen, I will tell you the name. Workshop. Give me one pencil. You want it right here? Just after. So. This one.
Aspire in the World Fellows, if you'd like to make your way back into the main arena over the next few minutes, we are ready for the workshop outcome, or the workshop's outcome, I should say. Thank you. If you could make your way then back into the main arena here at your earliest convenience, so we can get started in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, okay.
No.
Keep only two. Only two. Which one? Okay. This one? On, put on. On, put on. For the first two, you take it.
Shift days of investment. That's what that's where.
Okay. As we begin to draw the summit to a close, it's time now, well, first of all, to thank you for your energy. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, which means that now we can get the outcome of the workshops. So please welcome back onto the stage, first of all, the gentleman leading the analysis at FIFA, Chris Loxton of Group 1A. Chris, take it away.
Thanks, Rodri. Rick? So, this is Rick from Feyenoord. So our topic was making an impact with data, but focusing on the physical performance data mainly. So, Rick, we have 4 points that we came to.
Yeah, so we got 4 points out of our discussion group. I don't know, the pop-up of the screen.
Are they coming on the screen? They're coming. Maybe if Lorenzo's here. Yeah, do you want to bring the laptop and we'll run through them anyway?
Yeah, I'll just discuss them like this. So we got those 4 points out of our group, and one of the first points was the integration of data and final decisions. And we think it's always depending on the context. So if you're on the most important match in the season, what are you going to do with the data, or is it in the youth? So maybe in the youth you're more careful with players, and in the end, on a big tournament, you're taking the risk. But it's always the decision of the coaches.
Okay, and the next one, I'll read them out. You can give the explanation then. So we should take into account the measurables, but also the unmeasurables, and always align with the experience.
Yeah, so like what Arsene said yesterday, I think the decision is always on the experts, so the experience. And we measure a lot, but there's also a lot we can measure. So just take everything into account and then make the decision.
The third one, and I'm sure this resonates with everybody that uses data, is to standardize data strategies between organizations, but also within organizations.
Yeah, so we had a big discussion on, there were a lot of people from federations, and, it's coming. And they get the data from other clubs, and it was always in a different format or different providers. So we thought about maybe it's good to have a same structure of providing all the data.
And then finally is tailoring the message, providing accessibility, and also education.
There it is. Yeah, so the last part is what is the message you want to say to the trainers? What is the message you want to give to the players? I think you have to learn what the data is and what it means, and educate them and give them access to it, but in a good way.
Great. See, we got there in the end. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now, the outcome of workshop 1B. Can I welcome Pascal, please?
Thank you. So we had another great 2 rounds of workshop discussions yesterday and today, also on making an impact with data. We only got 3 insights, but they are maybe then a bit more meaningful, and they will be presented by Kitty Stewart from the FA. Welcome, Kitty. Maybe one thing to add, we had in our workshop group 12 delegates from participating nations of the World Cup, which was very interesting.
Okay, sorry. So the first one that we discussed was, what does data mean to different people? So I think there were some people that saw data to be like hard numbers. My perspective is that you can find data in anything. So data can be people's personal opinions as well. So we at the English FA try and find ways to almost like quantify people's opinions and kind of try and make some data out of that information. So we had a really good discussion in the group around what does data mean to different people and how can we use data differently. There was a discussion around psychology and how can we make data out of conversations that maybe the psychologist is having with players. We at the FA, we try and capture that information. Some things obviously remain confidential between the psychologist and the player, but there's certain bits of information that can be passed forward onto the coach. Just things to say like this, you know, this player is struggling with something in their personal life that might give a bit of a rationale as to why the player might be underperforming. That in itself, I perceive to be a bit of data, even though it's not a hard number. So we had a really good group discussion as to kind of, first of all, what do we mean by data? And obviously, the main data that most people use is the hard numbers, the performance numbers, the physical numbers, maturation, all that type of thing. The second point is Matt at Tottenham. His team have got a saying that they go by eyes, ears, numbers in that order. I think there was kind of a group consensus that data is critical, but it will never make the decision. It is there to support coaches, it's there to support the decision makers, but we didn't see data as the decision. It's just there to provide an alternative viewpoint. So that was the second point. And then the third point is similar to what Rick has just presented, but the kind of the data sharing between club, country. I think we had 12 different federations, and I think it kind of varied a little bit. Some found the country to club wasn't where they would want it to be, and then others found it to be the other way around. I think it was good having people in our group from both perspectives. So again, I think it was Matt at Tottenham said, you know, they have to provide data in lots of different ways to lots of different countries. Me coming from the English Federation, maybe that hasn't always been fully understood from our point of view, and when data isn't received in the way we want it, maybe we haven't had the appreciation of they've got to deliver this in lots of different ways to different people. We think it's something that's improving, so like GPS data has made it easier to share information because you can just quickly share a file. However, with that, you haven't got the context. So we had a discussion around how it's easy to share data, but we need the context in order to fully understand it because the numbers don't paint the whole picture. So yeah, I think it's something that we as a group all felt that we could improve in was the relationships, and that is how knowledge gets shared between the club and the country. and the other way around is through the actual conversations rather than just the hard data. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And he's standing by on the mark there. Please welcome Manu with the outcome of Workshop 2A.
Thank you very much. Yes, so our topic, preparing players and team for the competition. And I would like to welcome Jimmy Loberg from Wolfsburg.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks a lot for the group. I was lucky enough to be in a group with two persons who were actually in the final of the World Cup 2014, which I'm very lucky that Germany won it, so quite happy about that. For our group, we came to the result that preparing players and the team for the competition starts with defining clear objectives, and this on a multi-level approach. So is from a vision of the club and for federations, so on a high level of organization, but also as a team, so collective approach, but also individual and between staff. So every staff has his individual objective to help on the process to reach the target that the team has. Second is implementing strategies, maybe is a bit more clear and a cold value. Implementing strategies, how to prepare for a match, what to eat, what is the reports that we get straight after the match, and in training. How's your hydration status? What is the path to go to refuel with energy? Maximizing the learning opportunities during the process. We had a nice discussion going on between just delivering information and then also making a meaning from data. We were talking a lot about data in this summit, and yeah, maximizing the learning opportunities means also for us to give space for players to compete, because only in the competition you can really show your level, which you don't reach in training sessions. And last but not least, for us, importance to give space for creativity. I think it was mentioned many times in this summit that the surprising moments of the game are the ones who really change the game and who change the result of the match and who define the winner at the end of the World Cup.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. I think it's a good summary of our discussion. And now we can let the space for the next group on the same topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much. And next we move to the outcome of Workshop 2B. And for that, please welcome up onto the stage, Elliot.
Yeah, we had the preparing players and team for the competition workshop. I'd like to welcome onto stage Francis Cajigar from the Chilean Football Federation.
Good afternoon, early evening to all of you. Sorry about being the walking advert and my Chilean accent. So basically we went a little bit away from what is the direct game preparation, and we talked a little bit about the structure. Obviously it's very different if you're a federation or if you're a club. In a federation, when we go away and play in tournaments, or whether we play matches with our development groups, our younger sides, sometimes we only get 2, 3, 4 days with the players. So this is very different. And so there's got to be a lot of correlation and collaboration between federations and clubs. So one of the things the group talked about was getting the correct balance and the challenge of fixtures pre-tournament and then tournament. You know, what kind of games are you going to play, especially if you're a federation? Are you looking to play stronger games against teams who are better than yourselves, maybe, possibly? play evenly matched games, and we come to the conclusion that it's a little bit both things. Where you're looking to play sides that are going to give you a real challenge, but there are also reasons sometimes for playing sides who are games which are more evenly matched. I think somebody spoke about that earlier in the yesterday, about sometimes obviously if you're playing teams who are a lot stronger than you, you're not going to be on the ball as much as you would like to be. So there are always things about in terms of getting the correct balance and challenger fixtures which are going to be very important, especially as a federation. I think always working for the best of the player, for the development of the football player, because that's going to be key, especially when you're working with the younger players, whether it be pre-game, whether it be post-game, whether it be the information you give them before a game, the information that you can give them after the game. Also, what type of groups, what age groups are they? If you're travelling away to a tournament, I think it's always of interest to something we're looking at doing, and we've started to do, for example, in the country I work in, is take a teacher away with us at under 15 level. Because the players sometimes, they're two weeks away from their studies. They're not at school for 2 weeks. So I think it's important that you're working not only for the development of the player as a player, but also for his personal and individual development. Clear communication and sharing information between clubs and national team, I think more and more important. I think the calendar sometimes is not always the best. I think Arsene Wenger stated his case for that with the initiatives FIFA are looking at. And I think it's very, very important that as a federation, for example, in the case of us who work in federations, that we have very clear established communication lines with the clubs, whether that be for the release of players or whether that be sharing data, sharing GPS data, sharing personal information with the clubs, because that feedback is very, very important. And if we are always working for the best of the player, this information, that we share that kind of information, can only be good for the player, for the club, and for the federation. And lastly, we talked about an education program for the development of the coaches. And a lot of the times, if you go and play tournaments and you go and play games away, it's very important within that educational program for coaches to get that feedback. If it's about development, then that feedback is very, very important to the coach. And obviously at certain levels, whether it be under 15, under 17, it is more about the development and not just about winning football matches. So basically that's what the group, the objectives and what the group, the main bullet points of our group today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, gentlemen. Now we move on to the outcome of Workshop 3A. Please welcome up Marco.
We had a very lively conversation over 2 days. A really good group, very active, a lot going on. And I would like to invite Jack Haid from Liverpool Football Club to summarize it.
Apologies, got to hear from me again, but I drew the short straw. Okay, so point number one, communication and education trumps technology. So we felt that wasn't just the players, that was the coaching staff across the MDT as well, so we're delivering a clear message. Once we've got those things in place, then we can start looking at the benefits of technology. We need to make sure that strategies are individual to what players, obviously we're talking at the higher level now at performance, what they believe works for them. We need to be adaptable, so we're not always following the same structure regardless, again, based on whether it's psychological elements, travel, facilities, wherever it might be, we have to take all these things into consideration. As we spoke about up here earlier, increasing focus on the mental aspects. I'm not 100% sure, or I don't think many of us are, exactly how that's going to look, but it's at the forefront of a lot of conversations now, which can only be a good thing. And as Chris Carlin was saying, I think there's going to be some really good research coming out in that space in the near future. I think we can all, within our clubs, try and push that aspect as well if we truly believe in it. I mean, not only, as the next point says, for players, but also for support staff and coaching staff and leaders in general, because they often say it's, a bit lonely at the top. And I think we have to recognise that, and we have to make sure, in order for staff to deliver the best product and development programs and performance for our players, we need to make sure the staff are also in a really good place. And then finally, I think, obviously, we've mentioned there's lots and lots of good technology coming out on the market, but quite often we haven't, at clubs, got the support structures. So we've heard from federations that they get the company in and they run some analysis, etc. But if we're really going to make true use of this, then within the club we need to have strategy, and we need to invest in quite possibly support staff, because it can't then fall on, a practitioner whose skills are interacting with the coach, the player, delivering practical sessions, to then be getting snowed under with data, trying to actually interpret that data, get confidence with that data. So I think we need, as clubs, if we really want to use this technology, to get the support systems in place as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fantastic summary. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Marco. And finally, the outcome of Workshop 3B. Please welcome onto the stage, Callum.
Afternoon. We took the full allocation of time. People say we were late. I'd say that's incorrect. We took the full 89.5 minutes to complete the task. And to summarise this, I'm not sure if he knows he is summarising it. It's already up. Please welcome on stage Chris Houghton.
Good. Okay. So, no, I didn't know I was summarising this actually, but not a problem. I must admit, ours was a very difficult group, because I think it's a very difficult subject, and of course it's regarding recovery strategies, and probably our group was more about the mental capacities and psychological capacities of that recovery period. And the things that go into recovery. So it was a very difficult one from the start, and it was about also what is the role that is demanded of me. And because if I look in each of our groups, we're all doing different roles. And I spoke about being a head coach, and the fact that being a head coach means that I have to deal with sometimes 24 players, and the psychological, mental capacities of what I can do with 24 players. And that is all about the relationships that we have, and the relationships that you are able to have. Now, somebody else in the group that might be responsible for each individual player, but at different moments, and doesn't have the capacities that I have to make these big decisions, can work it in a different way. So sometimes it was about consistency of treating everybody the same, but very much for me about what is the role for me as an individual working with this team. What is the professional philosophy underpinning my work? What outcomes do I want? What relationships do I want with the players? So around this, one thing that I spoke about was player A. Possibly I would want a closer relationship with player A than what I would with player B. Player A is very much part of my plans, that somebody is one of my better players, or player B that's somebody that is not my plans and perhaps won't be with us in a week's time. And that will affect the relationship that I have with him and the relationship that I will want going forward. Conscious decision, investing in relationships. Who is this for? This is touching on what I just said. Is this for him or is this for me? What do I want to get out of this? And of course, what should I stop doing? What should I not carry on? Well, of course, the things that you should stop doing are the things that you evaluate that you're not doing very well. And the outcomes are not what you want. So these that we can. These are the areas that we could do better. So it was the reason why we took so long, and we heard the claps from lots of the other groups, is that it was a very difficult subject for us, because it's not about dealing with data, it's about dealing with emotions. And for us that are involved in the game, it's probably the most difficult part of the game. And it's probably the most difficult part and the area that you evaluate more than any other area. And the things that we did speak about were, of course, the moments that we are away, that we evaluate the jobs that we do and the outcomes that we had. So it was difficult. I think we managed to get there in the end with some assistance, and hence that's why I think we were the last one.
On time. We were on time.
On time.
We were not late.
Thank you very much.
Chris and Callum, thank you very much indeed. Oh, wonderful. What an incredible 2 days. Full of knowledge, full of swapping ideas, and full of some entertaining stories as well. I would just like to use this moment to thank the FIFA family. It's always nice having the FIFA family around. I think back to yesterday's wonderful masterclass in the company of Arsene Wenger and Chris Loxton, then Juan Sebastian Veron for his time and his chat yesterday, David Beckham last night, Jill Ellis this morning, and Yuri Djorkaeff. Great company. So thank you to all of those contributors. Thank you, the FIFA family, and to all the delegates, all of you who've travelled here to make this such a special event. To close it formally, please welcome back up onto the stage the Executive Director of the Aspire Academy Global Summit 2020, Professor Walter Di Salvo. The silver one works better.
Yes, but I want to you here, 1 second. So, thank you to Rodri Williams. He was really fantastic in this today. So thank you so much, please. Thank you so much. So, here we are at the end of these 2 days. I enjoyed a lot, and I think that when you see a team that the winner always enjoy, and there is in the area, as I said the first day, you can feel the winning mentality. You can feel that is the team. I'm so happy because I enjoyed. I really hope that you did the same. But before to say thank you to all of you, I would like to say thank you to our main partner, the people that collaborated during these months, FIFA. And I would like to call here Steven Martens, Technical Director of FIFA.
Okay. Good, Walter. I checked it a few minutes ago. We saw each other for this conference on the 12th of December at 10:30 in the morning at the Ritz-Carlton. And it was thanks to the data, must say that, the data of Ulf, who found this in his WhatsApp. And that's also data. And yes, so since then we started a relationship. Platonic, but with a lot of love. And we started to work together to be here today. So my gratitude is to you, because your team, everything you've done to put this together, the credits are for you and your team, because what you put together already, not only this year, and we were really happy and glad that in this year of the World Cup here in Qatar that we could do that together, that we also can invite all the 32 participating federations to grow the group of the fellows and make it a different group, a different dynamic maybe as well. But to do that with your team, it was really fantastic that we can do that together. And I would really thank you for that.
Thanks to you. Thank you so much.
I've got two more messages before, because my gratitude is there, and it's inspiring what you do here. You've been doing that for years. I mean, people thinking about, we said, making the most out of data. I know you were one of the first to start to bring everything together here in Qatar, for the clubs, for the national team, all the data on the players. You did it already a long time before many others were even in the position to do that. So a lot of respect from us for you on that. So maybe now we also come with a lot, and that's thanks to the inspiration and the support of the whole team, and definitely also the support and the inspiration of Arsene, because he's meaning a lot for us, because he can drive us to another level. And we have a fantastic team, and you call it the FIFA family. It's also a little bit my family. And I'm really glad that they worked with us, and I would like to thank the whole team for that, because they also did a fantastic job to work with you. Now, and finally, we can talk about data, we talk about the professor, we can talk about the national team coach that won the World Cup twice, we can talk about players that have become president, but I remember two things from the players. For those who are going to play in the World Cup, particularly also for you as the Qatari team, because I consider you Qatari for this moment. David Beckham last night said, every match is difficult. And Yuri Dorkaev said, you have to win the first one. No pressure for anybody, but I wish you all a win in the first match. And once more, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite Ali Salma FIFA. He's the chair of Aspire in the World Fellows and Aspire Academy Global Summit.
Good evening again. Since now we are coming to the close of this summit, very interesting summit, and I am sure we all enjoy that. Even if I'm not in the technical part, I do enjoy. Thanks to all the speakers, thanks to the FIFA family for their collaboration with Aspire Fellows, and also to the local federation and clubs members. I hope we all enjoy that, and we look forward also to have such a very successful summit in the future. I would like to start with thanking also our management for their support, because without their support, we won't be able to hold this summit year after year. So thanks to our Director General, Mr. Ivan Bravo, all the directors. I must not forget Also the moderators, Rodri and Summers, for their excellent job during the summit here and also the gala dinner. Also the organizing committee, thanks very much for your work, good work, excellent. Thank you so much. And I wish a safe journey back to those who are going to go back, travel back to their home. And for those who are going to stay with us, we hope we can all enjoy the World Cup together and support our teams and inshallah enjoy a very successful World Cup in Qatar 2022. Good luck and see you again in the future.
Just to give some to the people that were working here some name. As I mentioned the first day, we organize a scientific committee and an organizing committee done by people, of course. I want to say thank you for the organizing committee to Corinne, to Nelly, to Daniele, to Manu, to Roberto. So the person that were working in the small group organizing committee. Then we organize a scientific committee, and then thank you to Callum, thank you to Steven, thank you to Ulf, to Pascal, to Oliver, and to our guys that are Lorenzo and Warren. I hope that I didn't forget anyone more. So thank you, because they did a great job. And of course, behind all this event, there is a big institution, really, really big institution, even if this year supported by another one. But to do everything that you did these days, the stage, the organization, whatever, we ask the support to many other people, so marketing, communication department, finance, procurement, DG office, so many people were working here. So please, to them, thank you so much to all of them. And just back to the great speaker that we have here, I think that together we bring here on this stage people who knows the smell of the World Cup pitches. They knows, they were there, they touch. They, as this morning Jorkef said, I know, I wake up the morning with the World Cup here. In our side, because we are performance, maybe technical, medical, whatever, sorry, we have artificial turf with a lots of force plate, with a 3D system. Is a different, maybe we smell some other smelling for our athletes, but I know that together we feel that moments where we are on the bus or we put a cup at the top, that one remain in our mind, because nothing beats the winning moments. This is in my mind. There is nothing better than that moments that maybe is for few seconds, but you will bring with you forever. And believe me, guys, I would like to thank you, the 32 federations, to join us, and good luck for this fantastic incoming competition. But I would like to say thank you to Aspiring the World Fellows that since 2014 did an unbelievable work together. Sometimes we do not realize how important is our work. I remember that years ago when we received the data of match analysis, we receive our data, we will not share it even with our players. Sometimes they say, but your player knows, no, it's better don't share with them, otherwise there is a problem. Now, the data are available. When you play against team, they ask, Walter, can you send the data? Yeah, of course that I can send. I'm really happy that the FIFA opened a platform sharing data. This is the concept, guys. This is the next. The next is to share things. I always say one thing. If Pep Guardiola provide me the 360 days of training program, of his program, I will never win. because it's not that one, it's not the program, it's how to manage that one with your player, it's how to manage that environment, it's to building the environment, the winning mentality. So back to this one is my last message. Be aware that it's not true that here we are sharing knowledge. It's not true that this is the best thing that we are doing. We are doing much, much more. We are open the world to other people to keep sharing as we are doing. So please, the future of our world is to keep sharing information in an open wide, in a peace world. Thank you so much for coming and have a safe trip back. Thank you.